Okay, at this time, I'm going to call the Budget Committee meeting to order and welcome everyone to our second special call budget workshop for the 2021-22 budget. And at this time, I'll ask Megan to do roll call, please.
Commissioner Stinnett?
Here, Stinnett here.
Commissioner Kaler had a conflict this morning. Commissioner Anderson is running a little behind as well. Ms. Hannum?
Hannum present.
Mayor Mitchell?
Here.
All right, we have a quorum ready to go.
All righty, thank you. Today, we're going to be hearing from the remainder of the departments of the respective budget requests for upcoming 21-22. And as always, there's been a tremendous amount of work done by our finance team to prepare every department for what should be a balanced budget to be voted on by the commission. The budgets to be presented today are for information only. And as a reminder, let me say that this is a question and answer session for our budget committee members only. There will be an opportunity for public comment and questions at any of our regular budget committee meetings and at our budget committee public hearing, which will be held on June the 7th. Of course, anyone can ask any questions at any time by calling any of us directly about our respective departments or any of the elected officials or department heads. This time, I'm going to turn it over to Randy and Laura for opening remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. The front part of the notebook that you have in front of you is there primarily for your convenience, but in particular, it's there for the convenience of the viewing public. At the conclusion of today's meeting, the entire presentation will be captured on YouTube, and we will circulate that to each of you as well as the full commission so that they will have it available to review at their leisure. The other things that I would like to bring to your attention at the conclusion of the meeting today, you will have in the back of your notebook a summary of all the additional requests that you heard last workshop and this workshop, as well as the summary of all the capital. Right now, the capital is presented to you by a department that is requesting it, but Laura has aggregated the additional requests, and she's also aggregated the capital so that you can, after the conclusion of the meeting, begin going over your priorities. That's where we will start sitting down with you next week and have those discussions about the priorities that you would like to see funded in the budget. The third thing I want to bring to your attention is at this time, we do not plan on budgeting any American Recovery Act proceeds. As of this moment, we have not received an official notification from the Department of Treasury in the United States government as to what our allocation will be. We know roughly what it should be, but we do not have any guidance that the Treasury Department has sent to any government, and therefore we're not going to plan on budgeting any of these proceeds that we are to receive until we know what the eligible activities and expenditures would be. So those are some background comments that I just want you to be aware of. And then as usual, we'll get in touch with you next week and start setting up those individual meetings to start reviewing things in more detail. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Does Laura have any comments she would like to make? All right. This time, I'll ask Susan to come up and present us with the Election Commission proposed budget, please.
Good morning. My name is Susan Knuff, and I'm the Administrator of Elections. First page of the presentation talks about what we do. I think you all know as elected officials what we do. We try to do our best to take care of all our elected officials, as well as execute all elections in Blount County to include municipalities, which I did not put in there. We maintain a voter database and follow all the TCA laws to make sure that we are doing everything we can to make sure that our voter rolls are clean and what the expectation is from the state on that. We recruit, appoint, and train poll workers for each election. We promote the electoral process through supplemental registrations. By law, I'm required to go to all the area high schools and speak to the students. We do have a great a relationship with them all. They do their own due diligence with the students as far as finding out who needs to get registered, and they bring us forms all the time. We also have supplemental registrations handled by like the League of Women Voters. They go out to different areas and they'll set up a booth at the library or Pellissippi and do registrations there. We ensure that all current laws pertaining to the election process are upheld, and we assist with redistricting. All right, next page, the accomplishments. So amid a pandemic, we successfully held 3 elections. We incorporated new voting machines and poll pads for the first time in the March election. I'm glad we got that over with before the pandemic really hit hard in the community. We ensured the safety of both poll workers and voters due to COVID-19 with personal protection equipment. We had one-time use ink pens. That didn't mean they ran out of ink, but we just sent them home with the voters. A lot of those were donated by realtors and banks and what have you here in the community. We provided food service gloves for them to use when they're voting on the machine. We had desk shields protecting both the voter and the poll worker, had hand sanitizer, face shields, and we practiced social distancing. We processed nearly 9,000 new voter registrations from June to November. We had historical voter turnout for the November election, voting 77% of our registered voters during a pandemic, which equates to 66,807 votes, with 45,995 of those voting early. We opened a new early voting satellite location in March in the Seymour area, pretty close to the county line there at Providence Baptist Church at their annex. They averaged 350 early voters a day there at that location alone. We opened a new voting satellite location at Foothills Mall for the November election. We had over 15,500 voters show up there to vote, which was highly successful, and the mall the occupants there at the mall loved having all the extra business. We relocated the Maryville College polling place to the Chilhowie Club due to the mask mandate on the college's campus. So we had to send out a notice to 1,522 voters of this change right before the August election. We hired and trained 6 temp employees to help process over 2,500 ballot requests for the August election and over 5,600 for the November election. Both were record number of absentee voting. And then with all the changing laws due to COVID, it was just, it was interesting. It was extremely, we were extremely busy. We also replaced over 100 poll workers due to COVID-19. They just were not comfortable being there and being exposed. So we had our hands full as well there. The last page are the goals. One of our goals this year is we would really like to relocate to a place where we can house our equipment as well as our items out in storage, as well as have a place for room for early voting. We can no longer fit in the office that we are in with early voting and social distancing, not knowing how long we're going to have to go by those standards. So that's one of our goals. Redistricting, to have efficient and successful redistricting. The deadline with the state is December 31st. I know that there is legislation to try to give us another year. Problem is we have petitions going out December the 20th is the first day. And if they turn it around in a couple days, we can't even check signatures because we don't know what the new county commission districts are going to be, and signatures have to be, people have to sign a petition for someone in that county commission district, so that could change. So we have a lot to do in very short order with redistricting. We would also like to increase the number of full-time staff. I have surveyed 16 other counties in Tennessee, and it's the range of from 48,000 registered voters to 480,000. This range makes up the top 17. The rest of, I believe, 78 counties are all less than 48,000. So the top 17 in size, I've polled them, and just to try to understand how many staff they have. And after the pandemic, everybody's scrambling right now, asking other counties. I know some of them are even worse off than we are as far as being understaffed. But when I arrived in 2015, our average was 1 staff per 20,800 voters. But we've grown, obviously. Now we have 1 staff for every 25,000 voters, and which ranks us 14 out of the top 17, with 5 of those being with lower ratios. 5 of them are larger counties than us. So the average with all 17 counties is 1 staff person for every 20,600 voters. Our biggest concern is after this past 2020 election year, we are concerned that the popularity of absentee voting with our disabled voters and those 60 and older, I've talked to a lot of people, they said, you know what, I really like that. I think I'm going to keep doing that, which is a concern, you know, that if everybody tends to do that, and even with COVID out of the picture, we are understaffed to handle the numbers that we dealt with, having to have 6 extra people in the office to help us process that. It was absolutely insane. So any day now we will continue. Well, we're already starting to do some things, but we will begin preparing for the 22 election cycle. We are estimating probably over 120 to 150 petitions because so many elected officials, everybody is on the ballot except for the assessor of property and 22 for the primary. So it's going to be a very, very busy year. As you know, we have 3 elections next year. We have the May 3rd county primary, Rockford city election. August 4th, we have the federal and state primary, the county general, and Friendsville and Townsend city election. And then November 8th is the federal and state general, Alcoa, Louisville, and Maryville city election. And that is all I have. If you all have any questions that you'd like to ask, I'd be happy to answer them.
Anybody, any questions from the committee? Ms. Hannum, go ahead.
Good morning, Susan.
Good morning.
I was just wondering, you know, you spoke about in your goals, you spoke about hoping to relocate to a larger facility. Do you have your eyes on any particular place? And if so, how much is that cost estimated to be?
We have looked at Foothills Mall. We've had an architect out there. We've gotten some ideas ranging over a 10-year period from $4 a square foot up to $10 a square foot. There are some things in there that are concerning. And so we are looking around at other places in the county and don't have enough numbers to share that at this time. Katie in purchasing is helping, doing some negotiating. So hopefully the next time you see me, I'll have more news. I can't.
So potentially we're looking at a significant budget increase request sometime in the upcoming budget year.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. We do average well, I don't say average. I looked back over the last 4 or 5 years since I've been here, and we give anywhere, I say give back, what we don't use at the end of the fiscal year goes back to the general fund, and it's varied anywhere from 78,000 to 188,000. So we don't totally exhaust our funds every year, which is a good thing. I know we're not a revenue-based office, but at least just wanted to put that out there so you know that.
Do you anticipate the need for additional voting machines as well?
No.
And they worked well?
They were awesome, and the voters absolutely loved them, and the poll workers have had no issues with them, and it was a very, very good year with all the new equipment.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions? Susan, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next up, Animal Center, Charlie. Good to see you, Charlie.
Morning, Mayor. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. I don't know if each of you have my presentation in front of you. We do not. I'm going to swing through it real quick if you don't mind. I have the privilege of being the director of the Blount County Animal Center. My name is Charlie Rafford, for those of you that don't know me. This is my second time as director there. If you go to page 1, what do? We have an 11,000 square foot facility off of Curry Avenue. We have several acres of land out there. The construction was a joint effort between private donators and the county and the Smoky Mountain Animal Care Foundation. So it's a good example of a excellent collaborative effort between the private partnership and government. What we do, we provide animal control services to the entire county, unincorporated county, plus the city of Louisville. We contract with them to provide animal control. We're a state of Tennessee licensed animal control agency. We provide services 24/7, 365. I don't know who's doing my pages here, but they need to catch up with me. There we go. One more. There you go. We're the only animal control agency in this entire state licensed to perform chemical capture of injured or dangerous animals. We respond to dangerous animal calls from the sheriff's department or other agencies that need us. We perform animal euthanasia. We have licensed euthanasia techs, and we liaison with other welfare groups in the county and foster a strong working relationship with them in order to help them and keep some animals from coming into the county center. If people are able to feed their animals or get their animals cared for, then they don't bring them to us and they don't surrender them, which is our goal, is to let them keep their animals at home. We provide shelter and adoptions also in addition to animal control. We started a cat SNP program several years ago when I was initially here, and my figure is wrong here. I apologize. Last year this year we've done approximately 400 cats. The cat SNP program, which spay or neuters cats belonging to citizens of Blount County, and that's just not the unincorporated Blount County, but we include Maryville and Alcoa, and we've seen a decrease in our cat intake numbers as a result of that. We work closely with Smoky Mountain Animal Care Foundation, abbreviated SMACF. We transport animals to New York. And then every day of the year, I have staff there 365 days a year to clean, sanitize, feed, water, medicate, whatever the animals need. We also get donated food, which we do not use. We have a contract with Science Diet, so that's what we feed our animals, but we take that donated food and then transfer it to Blount County residents who are struggling to feed their animals but want to keep them, so we help them by giving our donated food to them. And we also have a feral cat, barn cat program, which we started to address the feral cat issue in Blount County, and that's a very successful program. It prevents us from having to euthanize feral or non-domesticated cats and serves an important function for folks that have barns or live in rural areas that have rodent issues. We're heavily involved in the community, and we provide community service opportunities for students to fulfill their Tennessee Promise requirements. We volunteer, we have volunteers that come to us all the time, so we provide education, training, and volunteer opportunities for those folks. We have a lot of retired people that come out and volunteer with us to help us, and they're very important to us. We work with county probation to provide an outlet for their probationers to do their community service hours. A lot of them are sentenced to community service through the courts, and we provide an outlet for that. We go to any function that we're asked to go and speak at, in schools, community organizations, civic organizations, to talk about the animal center, and also to talk about animals in general, care and other things that people ask us about. And we work with other governmental agencies that have an animal center or an animal shelter, and they come and look and see how we do it, and then they take our ideas and go back to their agencies and implement them. We try to reflect as positively as we can on the county. at all times and do our jobs in a professional manner. We're featured in the newspaper occasionally, and I've got an example here of just a story about one of our cats that came to us that was grossly overweight, and then a foster took care of it. And the cat lost weight and really saved its life. So we have things like that happen to us throughout the year. And when given an opportunity to highlight it in the newspaper, I think it reflects positively on the county. So that's what we do. The next page are accomplishments. We have an extremely high adoption rate, outcome rate, successful outcome rate for dogs and cats that come to our center. We are a county facility, and typically adoption rates are not that high, but we range anywhere from 92 to 94% successful outcome for every animal that comes through our doors. And those statistics include the animals that we cannot adopt, the bite dogs that come to us that we can't possibly adopt out, that are not safe to adopt. So we don't exclude those numbers in this percentage. That does take into account those animals that have to be euthanized. We have 2 extremely knowledgeable and professional animal control officers. We're fiscally responsible. I try to underspend my budget. I spend what I need, and I believe now we're running under budget by about $40,000. And I'm not sure of the accounting term. I apologize. I call it underspending or under budget. But so we're extremely fiscally responsible with the money that the taxpayers give us. Hey, Chris. We've got some new outdoor pavilions that were donated by volunteers and paid for by them that are on our property now. We maintain all our licenses and inspections at the highest level possible. We manage SMACF's budget. Initially, when I started at the center in 2013, they managed their own budget, but after a couple of years, they turned their budget over to us. So we managed their budget and continued to manage their budget for them. And then we consistently provide high level of care. We have a full-time vet on staff that is paid for through SMACF's budget through their donations. Next page is just or next couple of pages is about a dog that we got, and it's another success story for us and highlights the importance of our chemical capture license. This dog had been caught in a coyote snare, which is a wire loop type snare that chokes the animal to death or breaks its neck and it dies that way. My animal control officers couldn't approach the animal and they could not obviously put our own animal control type snare on it because of the injury to the animal's neck. So they used their chemical capture capability and were able to tranquilize the animal. And then our veterinarian brought it back to health, and she was sent to a rescue for adoption. So very positive outcome. Next page is a couple pictures of the pavilions that have been provided for us by donations from our volunteers. We use those when it's raining outside, obviously, or also on hot days for shade. The newest one we'll utilize for outdoor classroom as well as, believe it or not, puppy yoga and other activities that our volunteers participate in. SMACF has recognized the need for us to have additional space, and we have plans for expansion slated for fiscal year 2022. And I've included some pictures of the proposed expanded areas. They're color-coded, but we'll expand the lobby and cattery, the garage and storage, kennel expansion in our quarantine area, and then the animal control office. So we've got some plans. Smoky Mountain Animal Care Foundation is in their planning stages as far as fundraising. And then I've included some photographs of the architectural rendering of what the new entrance will look like for you to look at. Our goals for the upcoming year is to convert our part-time employee to a full-time status. We've asked to do that. And then do painting. We try to do as much maintenance on our building as we possibly can ourselves in order to save our budget and to save expense. So Recently, we repaired sheetrock and replaced faucets. We do things ourselves if we can. It's cheaper that way than getting a professional. We do call upon maintenance when we can or when we have to, and we understand they're very busy, so we try not to tax them too much. So if we can do the work ourselves, we do. And we'll continue to monitor and do preventive maintenance on our facility. We'll continue to work with other agencies to help the animals of Blount County. And we do have close working relationships with other animal agencies in this county. And we just believe in setting the bar and the standard of animal care as high as we possibly can. And that's what my staff strives to do every single day. And I'm very proud of the work they do. And we just hope to continue to be an agency that y'all can be proud of and that reflects favorably upon the citizens of Blount County. Thank you for continuing to fund us, and I'll take any questions that you may have.
Anyone have any questions for Chief Radford? I do have a statement I would like to say. I think we're very fortunate in this county to have the animal center we do. I think that the partnership that we have with SMAC-F in this community is second to none. I have mayors ask me all the time, how does this, there's parts that they try to do in their communities. They can't keep, they just can't sustain it for whatever reason. But the partnership that the Blount County Animal Center and SMAC-F have is absolutely amazing. It's what SMAC-F has been able to do, including building that building out there. I mean, that building wasn't built by county taxpayers. That building was built by SMAC-F. The opportunity that they bring to the table and under Charlie's leadership and the staff out there, I just want to say this: we have the best staff in any animal center or whatever or any animal control area. Anybody that does animal control across this country wishes they had the staff and the people working that we do, because they're all pretty much long term. Most of them have been with me from the beginning, 11 years now. This is, which is pretty special. They have a lot of compassion for our animals. They have a lot of caring for each other, not just the animals, but they care about each other. It's a family environment out there, which I think is very important whenever you're dealing with things that are as emotional as those animals, as the dogs, cats, and rabbits and everything else that comes through there. But I feel very blessed to have Charlie as the director. I feel very blessed to have Chris Protzman. Chris, stand up. Chris is with SMAC-F as a friend, and a friend not just to me and my family, but a friend to this county. And I want to thank him. Beth, if you would you please stand up in the back? This is one of the ones that comes in every day and gives her heart and soul to this, her and the rest. And I just want to say thank you all very much for everything you do for this county and for the animals of this county. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you all. Appreciate the opportunity.
Next up, Human Resources and Payroll, Jacqueline.
Hello. As the mayor mentioned, my name is Jacqueline Johnson. I am the director of HR. We have a small staff. We're a staff of 4 now. We do have 1 vacancy that we are looking to fill as we speak, actually. The major functions of our office are first and foremost to support our elected officials, department heads, and employees in any capacity that we can. But another big function that we do out of our office is we process payroll biweekly. It's a never-ending cycle, but a reason why everybody comes to work. We process payroll for about 2,300 employees biweekly and fill all the duties that come along with that. And benefits administration, that is another big part of what we do. We are self-funded for medical and dental plans. We work with our vendors day to day to make sure that things are running smoothly. And of course, we're there to help our employees or assist them if they have any issues in regards to their benefits. Those are just three of the functions of what we do on a day-to-day basis, but that's just a little taste of the big things that we work on. So this last year was one for the books, certainly, but some of our accomplishments are that we were able to navigate the pandemic just like every other office in the county and business to countywide. But we were able to implement 4 new medical vendors this year. A lot of work goes into implementing new vendors into our healthcare program, but we were able to successfully navigate that this year, even despite losing one of our longtime core employees who handled a big part of our medical plan. So it was really proud of my team for their ability to kind of dive in and successfully implement those programs. Another thing that we were able to do this year is implement a learning management system. Misty, who just primarily done that on her own, she has been working behind the scenes to get this system up and running, and we are ready to roll that out in the coming weeks. And then also on my slide, you can see that despite the craziness of the year, that we were able to have some fun with our Halloween costume contest and our annual door decorating contest around Christmas time. So I think that's been a lot of fun for our employees, and I'm glad that we were able to do this last year. So our goals for this next year are training, both internally within our department and countywide. As I mentioned, we are in the process of hiring for our vacancy. And, you know, we've just been really shorthanded, and we've got to get some cross training done. So internally, that is going to be one of our big goals for this year so that we can better serve the county and our employees. But also with the rollout of our learning management system, we will be able to more seamlessly roll out mandatory compliance training to our employees in a way that we've not been able to do in the past, which is basically holding meetings and lots of them to be able to reach all of our employees. So we're really excited to roll that out, and I'm going to put a big emphasis on that this year. In terms of our budget, you will see that we have an overall decrease, and that's primarily due to our wellness program. Our vendor interactive health, which was our online portal that helped track wellness points and provided incentives to our employees, they went out of business last year. And when we evaluated the program, it was hard to justify the cost to participation. So we had really low participation in that program, so we decided not to pursue another vendor. We did, however, keep in our budget our biometric screenings that we did every year as part of our wellness program. I think that is something that our employees do value and that we had good participation in, and it's something that I think our employees look forward to every year. So we would like to keep that aspect of our wellness plan in place. Other than that, you will see an increase in our learning management system line. I can't think of what that is right off the top of my head, but and that is we added in the current fiscal year, we added content to our learning management system, and that's like preloaded courses that our employees will have a large basically catalog to choose from. So we added that this current fiscal year, and it is built into our budget for the next year, but we do have an overall decrease. Anybody have any questions?
Does anyone have any questions for Jacqueline? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Jacqueline, the position you said you were searching, is it already budgeted? Or is
Yes, sir. It is a
okay.
replacement for our retirement last year.
Anyone? You have something?
I have, yes, please, I have just one. I'm a little bit confused as to why the actual totals are so much lower than you thought it would be about this time of year.
For our current fiscal year?
Mhm.
Well, that is for a couple of reasons, but mostly because of the pandemic. We were not able to, for example, have our employee appreciation event, which is, roughly, I think we've got budgeted $20,000. We were not able to do that. We had planned to do it in the fall, and we were not able to do it in the spring due to the pandemic. And, we weren't able to do a lot of the trainings and the traveling that we had anticipated.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, not
Okay.
right now.
You think? I do want to say, and I'm going to, sometimes this is the only time I think it ever gets to be said where commissioners and the public get to hear. And that's the reason I wanted to make sure that I said what I did at the Animal Center. And I will say this about HR and Jacqueline's office. This has been a real unique year for everyone, not just Blount County government, but for everyone. But we have done, our human resources and the staff have done exceptional about taking care of our employees and making sure that we're still meeting all the guidelines from CDC and the health department, and just in following what we've had to do. It's been almost like a job within itself, just trying to keep up with the health guidelines coming out of CDC for a year. And Jacqueline and her staff, along with all the employees that they oversee, have done an absolutely amazing job. We've not ever closed down. We've never shut down. We've came to work every day. And from the very beginning, we never shut the doors on any of this, the operations of this county or what they do, and I do want to say that I think it's very important that that employees, when they come to talk to the human resources, or they have an issue with HR, I think it's very important that they walk in the door and they feel comfortable, and they feel that they know they're appreciated and respected. And I just want to say, with the staff that Jacqueline has, with my Faye in there and Misty and yeah, everyone does a great job, because we're all in this together, and that's the way I want everyone to know that we come to work every day, and our employees mean everything to what we are as a county. And I think that you've been very, very instrumental in passing that culture on, and I really appreciate everything y'all have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Uh-huh.
Ms. Ham, I would like to address your question one last time. So you asked about the decrease. Another reason for I guess the biggest reason for the decrease is we had this year budgeted nearly $100,000 for our wellness program. As I mentioned, that company did go out of business actually early last year. So we were not able to spend virtually any of our wellness money this year because of not being able to utilize Interactive Health or any of the incentive money. We issue gift cards and stuff for incentives for participating in that program, but because we weren't able to do it, we were not able to spend any of those funds.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you. Yeah, there was nobody any more disappointed than I was that we couldn't do the well.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Okay, next department is purchasing. Katie, would you like to come to the to the podium, or do you want to present it from back there? Is that what?
Whatever you want. Good morning. As introduced, I'm Katie Kerr with the Purchasing Department, and I'm here today just to tell you a little bit about what we do. So currently we have 4 full-time staff and 1 part-time staff, and we do all the procurement for the county as a whole. So whether that's grant funding or anything that runs through your budget runs through our office. And what we like to call it is birth to death of everything that we procure. So we also sell off that property at the end of its life cycle. We arrange for the rental of machinery, buildings, equipment, transfers of supplies and materials between different departments, as well as we manage the fuel cards and the wireless communication programs. And first off, let me also say I want to thank this body during the pandemic for having the foresight to have the technology in place to allow our department to be able to instantly work remotely and to be able to conduct business. Mayor said we didn't miss a day. We're very fortunate my office did not miss an hour. We were able to do what we needed remotely from our homes. And again, I just wanted to thank you all for the foresight to have the technology in place to allow us to be able to do that. Our accomplishment, I think that was our biggest accomplishment this year, to be able to have a small staff that we do and do what we do anyway, and then take it on the road, if you will. We processed over 6,000 purchase orders the date that this presentation was made. We manage more than 290 of our own contracts and 360 contracts as total. And what that means is when we piggyback off of another county or another institution's contract, we also manage those. The other accomplishments we had is Judy Peffley, which is in her 2nd year with us, received a scholarship to attend the NIGP Forum, which is our national forum of procurement professionals. She unfortunately was not able to go to that or participate, but hopefully she will be able to in the next fiscal year. Ashley Merrick, which is new to our office as a part-time position, received a scholarship for coursework with NIGP. And I tell you these things to tell you that these are professional people and they take pride in what they do. They take pride in our county and they're continuing their education with us to try to make our office more professional. Jackie Cooper obtained her CPPB certification, which means that she is now a certified public buyer. And myself, I'm a founding member of the Diversity Alliance Enterprise, which is a board that is made up of myself, a representative of KUB, the city of Knoxville, Knox County, KCDC, and Roane County, and some other institutions. And that is to try to diversify our vendor base, which we feel like is a very important goal. Our goals for 2021 is to leverage the technology that we have within the Munis system to be able to manage our contracts better, specifically in the contracts module, and I can talk to you a little bit more about that, to monitor our warranties and discounts. And I think that our office does a really good job with vendor outreach, where we take bids in an electronic fashion. At this point in time, we are able to answer any of our vendor questions. If a vendor is not comfortable with using the technology that we have in place, we will meet with them personally and get them set up as a vendor. And we've had very positive feedback about our local contractors for that reason. And to move on to my additional requests this year, I started with the county in 2015, so this is my 6th budget year with you. We have not had a additional request in that tenure. Well, actually, I guess that's not true. We asked for it in the mayor's smiling at me. We've asked for somebody for a hot minute, but in 2019 budget year, we asked for a full-time employee and was not granted a full-time employee. We were intending to ask last year, and we withdrew that request due to the pandemic, and I'm here before you asking for it again. When I started here in 2015, we had 6 full-time employees. We currently have 4 full-time employees and a part-time, and it is integral to our office to be able to hire not just another person, but to hire a contract manager. And I have a job description if you're so interested in what that individual would do for us, but there's a lot of different projects that are funneling through our department. There's a large amount of money that is running through our department that is procured on a daily basis, and not just to keep the service up that we have been giving our individual departments, but to be able to progress. I feel like it's integral for us to be able to hire a contract manager. Does anybody have any questions about that specific position?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Katie, this contract manager, what kind of salary would we be talking about?
The bottom line for the position, the total cost of the county would be $69,594. And that's the entry-level position for a contract manager within the Evergreen, and that pay grade is a 108.
So he would be tracking,
They would be tracking this,
hmm,
not a he or a she, it's
He.
they. Let's make sure when we're describing new employees, we don't put them as he's or she's, okay?
thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
This person would be tracking projects that's going on in Blount County that's
Yes, sir. And I
coming through
can,
your office.
if you'd like me to approach, I can give you a
No, I'm
job-
good.
job description.
So, thank you.
I don't know whether having questions or not. I don't have a budget sheet or a worksheet.
You don't have a,
No. Do you?
I think general services is in this tab.
Back in the back?
Yes, if you go, it's towards the front.
yeah, I don't have any of this information that's in her tab for, unless you can look around and look at it on the,
It's before the blue pages start. In mine.
yeah, I'm seeing the shadow of it there. Yeah, okay. Right after the gold and before the blue, right there with the blue.
Oh, okay. I need to move that. Thank you so much.
And you will see a $140,000 increase in in a line item in my budget. And this is the mayor, in conjunction with the EMS board, requested that my office seek proposals for an independent evaluation of our emergency management services within the county. So I met with 3 different EMS assessment companies, if you will, across the country, and took the average of those 3 estimated expenses. And that's where we came up with a $140,000 budget. That request for proposal is currently on the street, and hopefully by the end of budget season, I will be able to have a better number for you, but that was just our estimate at this time.
So under other contracts, I guess that is in 539900, we go from $1,299 actual this year to $140,000 next year. Can you
That's what she was explaining. That'll
Yes,
be the
ma'am.
contract to review. Go ahead.
do it again, please?
So I'm sorry, excuse me. I should have given you time to look at it. So that 140,000 is an increase in our budget. The mayor, in conjunction with the Emergency Services Board, requested that my office put out a request for proposal to look at the emergency management services in our county as a whole. We're at the end of the contract that we currently have with AMR. And due to the county's growth, they thought that it would be a good thing for us to look at that. So I consulted individually with 3 different assessment companies and got an estimate from the 3 of those to determine what we thought our budget would be for that service. That bid is currently on the street, and I don't have a hard number for you, but that's just the gross of 3 informal conversations I had with people, what we thought it would be.
And some of those services would include?
The services would include the initial assessment of the county services. That would include them literally riding on a truck with individual ambulances to see how that works, as well as the CAD system. That would include development of a request for proposal to put a RFP out on the street for ambulance services. That would assist the county with evaluation of the RFP once those bids were received back. And it would ultimately just assist the county with contract negotiations so we can ensure that we are getting the best contract for our citizens as a whole on a national standard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any
I do.
Commissioner?
So Katie, with this position that you've requested, the contract manager, would that person be working with the debt book software a lot, or is that a different thing?
That person would work in conjunction with the accounting department to filter information to debt book is the current model that we're looking at.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Before we leave this, you know, explain who all you buy, your purchasing department handles schools, highway department, sheriff. You're handling everything that's going on in Blount County government, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think if you look at the volume of work that that Katie and her staff have been able to do, uh, when you came into that, before you became the department head, there was 6 employees in that department, and you're at 4.5 now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think you do an amazing job. Your staff does an amazing job. I believe we're very fortunate to have not only the staff, but I think we're very fortunate to have Katie in her position with the knowledge and the background she has. I think she is a valuable asset to this county every day. So I just want to say thank you, Katie, for
Thank you, Mayor.
your work. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to be a little confused here because my next item on my tabs is county building maintenance. But where, and my general services tab is back in the back. What do y'all have next in your your,
County building maintenance.
okay,
Yeah, that's the next tab for me.
huh? Okay, Donnie, so back here in general services, I'm just trying to see where we, okay. Don, if you want to come up and start, but we're disjointed here because it's got general services budget and all is back under a tab that says general service, but you're going go ahead into general services there.
Thank you, Mayor and Budget Committee, and easy to do these all at once. So my name is Don Stallions. I'm the Director of General Services. We are risk management, maintenance, custodial, and records. What we do, we provide the infrastructure. We make sure that buildings are heated and cooled. We make sure they're safe. We make sure they're clean. In short, we make sure the lights are on and the doors are open. As Mayor alluded to earlier, this year's been a difficult year to do that. With the COVID-19 and the pandemic, it's really tested our staff, especially our custodial and our maintenance staff, who working remotely is not an option for them. So they really proud of the way that the whole staff, but especially maintenance and custodial have adapted and overcome and continued their mission with the county. Risk management, the team there is Tim Tipton and Lindsay Jackson. Tim is the risk manager. Lindsay is a workers comp coordinator. They provide risk services to the whole county, general county, sheriff's office, highway, library, schools. That means I handle all the general liability claims, all the lawsuits, all the workers' compensation claims, the insurance. We carry our property insurance is the biggest product that we carry, and we insure around $400 million in property. Our maintenance department, Denny Garner is our facility supervisor. Kendall White is the assistant, and Daniel Mace is a Tech 2, and James Thomas is a Tech 1, Maintenance Tech 1. The difference there between the techs is Daniel actually has his HVAC certifications. It's been able to save us a lot of money. He does a lot of repair on our units, so we don't have to call in a third-party vendor all the time. So now we're just calling in a third-party vendor when it's a serious issue or we need something replaced. Denny is really part-time for us. He has 2 positions that he does. He's the fleet supervisor for the sheriff's department as well. So really, if you look at it, there's 3 full-time and 1 part-time, but Denny's hours are full-time. But we've got, I always like to say, we've got 3.5 people that cover 400,000 square feet of buildings. And that's a lot of maintenance. And they do a lot of things, everything from changing the light bulbs, like I said, to technical repairs to our HVAC units. Records and archives, end of an era. Jackie Glenn, who was the county's first archivist, first records manager, has retired after 31 years. She decided that it was time and wanted to spend some time with her family, and she has retired. We are fortunate that we've been able to hire, and we feel very fortunate, Amanda Touchstone. Amanda comes to us from the University of Tennessee Library System, where she was an archivist there for 6 years. She also has a master's from the University of Tennessee in information science. So we're looking forward to what she's going to bring to the table and how she can continue to grow that program in the manner that Jackie did. Our custodial staff, and you can see that Chaz Wasman is the supervisor, and Kenny and Michelle, Pamela, Rebecca, Damon, and you see two positions that are empty. We think, filled the full-time. We're having trouble with the part-time. These are some of the lowest paid positions in the county. And as our county continues to grow and provide good jobs, it's harder for us to fill these positions. We've actually attempted to fill these several times and have had a little bit of trouble. We think the full-time, though, we've got that taken care of. And I want to take just a minute, if y'all would let me, to talk about the custodial team. I think they're the unsung heroes during this COVID-19 pandemic. They're on the front line. They had to work really hard to make sure that the buildings were clean and safe for people to come in. And they come in on the weekends. The mayor knows this. We'll get texts from department heads and elected officials on Friday that say, hey, we had somebody test positive that was in our office Thursday. I call up Chad. We have a fog machine that disinfects. He'll bring the machine in on a Saturday and spray down that office area to make sure it's safe when the employees come back in. We wanted to make sure, though, that our cleaning techniques, that we were doing what we needed to do. And so we brought in a company called DPM, and they came in and tested 30 locations throughout the courthouse and the Justice Center. They tested the counters at the service desk, at the county clerk, and different places to see how effective we were. And just to be honest, they also sold a product that they would come in and we could spray that product and it would make it better. So part of their service was they would offer and come in and do this testing. After they tested the 29 locations, it's RLUs, reflective light units, is what they use to measure to see how many microorganisms are actually on the surface. Anything under 50 is considered hospital grade. Of the 29 locations, all but 3 were under 50. And 2 of them, one was at 52, one was at 54. The other one was at 85. That's even below food prep. So yes, our custodial crew is clean to where you could eat off the table. They're doing that good of a job. And I do want to read to you all, the committee. Jordan Sims sent this email to me. He was the regional manager for DPM. And he said, based on the attached ATP test data, it looks like your team is doing a great job keeping the building clean. The numbers from the sites monitored last night are some of the lowest I have seen so far on a first-time test. 50 RLU and below is hospital grade. Almost all the test sites came in under this mark. The ones that did not are still very low by any other standard. Let me know if you would like any more information on the results after the review. So tremendously proud of the job they're doing. They work second shift. A lot of people don't see them. They don't get a lot of pats on the back. But I just want to put the spotlight on them for a little bit. As you can see, they were doing this too, not even fully staffed up. Some of the other things that we handle in the General Services Department is we administer the county's the contract for third-party ambulance system. We do ADA compliance, and we oversee the electronic security measures, which is video and card access. For the majority of the county and the departments that have their own, we consult with them and work with them. Accomplishments, every year, my tagline is we keep the lights on and the doors open. This year, during one of the hardest times, our crew kept the lights on and the doors open. I'm extremely proud of them and what they've been able to do. If you could flip to the next slide. I threw this in there. That is Chad Wasman. That is the supervisor for custodial. How many supervisors have you ever worked with that you know that will take their shoes off, get on their hands and knees, and scrub a floor so it looks good and it's clean? That, to me, is a picture of Chad's commitment, of the commitment of the custodial crew, of the crew for maintenance, risk management, and records. and really all of us that work for the mayor. I can't think of a better picture. We do what we need to do to get the job done. And I'm proud to work with these teams, and I'm proud to work for the mayor. I'll take any questions on our budget.
Anybody got any questions?
No, I'm confused. So I guess some of my questions I can just ask without seeing any dollars attached to them right now. For the projected projects that your departments had, physical projects that your departments had,
Yes.
how severely did the COVID pandemic interfere with the completion, if it did at all, of any of your maintenance projects?
It was really kind of a twofold. Because some of the funds that were available through the state, we were able to complete some large projects like the roofing of the operations center and also the installation of the elevator. However, especially with the elevator, the pandemic itself, with crews going out and not having people on site, has extended that time that it would take to install. So it was kind of a double-edged sword for us. The pandemic and the reaction of the state and the federal government to it provided some funds to get some big projects done. But getting those projects completed took a little bit longer just because we had to be patient. You know, we did have a time where it kind of went through the crew for the elevator, the construction company. They were out for a little bit because it went through them.
Okay. And so the sheet that I see here that has county buildings and projects names, are these proposed or
Those are not
completed?
proposed. Those are for you all to know. Those are things that we need to get done. Some of those we can do within our budget. Some of those we can come back to you next year on. You know, our roofs, right now, the two that we need are in the probation recovery court and at the health department. We feel we can patch those for another year. The ones that needed to be replaced, they were replaced, especially the operations center. The operations center was in bad shape. And so we feel like we've got a leg up on that. But some of those will be filled within budget. Some of those we may come back to you next year and say, hey, this is a project that we want to complete. At this time, we are not requesting any additional.
Okay. Are these, for my edification, are these in priority order on this sheet? Or
No,
is
they
there
are
a way
not.
for us to be able to prioritize, or is it up to our discretion to?
It's up to your discretion. And then also, you know, if we can say, like we have a list that Denny and his crew has put together for HVAC units, where the year they are, what type of shape they are, and then they've color coded them from when we think one's going to go out. If one goes out, obviously that moves it in priority on the list. So we put, you know, say we're going to do 6 HVAC units. If one goes out and there's one that's just like it, that may move it on the priority on the list. And then some of those, if you see there's some stuff on the second floor, we also have other departments that come to us and say, hey, we want new carpet, or we want new flooring, or whatever. They may have a funding source that we don't have. So obviously then that will, if there's a funding source there to do it, we will complete that project.
Okay. And one more question, please, Don. I see a couple of roofs on this list. Have we done, in the last couple of years, a roof assessment for most or all county buildings so that we kind of know what we're looking at here, so that it would help our purchasing department when we're talking about bidding out contracts for roofs? We'd have a better feel for all of our buildings.
Yes, and let me say that especially our maintenance department, we're very close with the purchasing department. They are great to work with, hand in hand. We work real close with them. Inspections, yes, but it's in staff inspections. So our maintenance staff has walked these roofs. We know where the leaks are. We know where the problem areas are. You know, we've had a problem in this building, but that's a separate issue and that's under warranty. So, yeah, well, actually, yeah. This, yeah. And the roof that we put on the courthouse, but we're having warranty work on it. So we've not had an outside company come and walk every roof, but our maintenance staff, especially Denny Garner, is very familiar with our roofs and the condition they're in.
One last question, Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
Is there software that you use or that helps your department to kind of gather all gather all of our assets and manage their condition and even help toward, I like preventive maintenance. So are we there yet, or is that a place where?
We're working there. We have actually been talking with the vendor. That software does exist. But right now we're using spreadsheets to track. We don't have a program in place yet. That is something we would like to work to be able to have that and have something it would be easier for us to provide accounting with and to provide you all with a list, but where we don't have that in place yet.
Be easier for you to manage too.
Everything comes with a cost, though.
Oh, yeah.
Mayor,
Thank you.
Yeah.
may I ask a question,
Sure.
sir? Thank you, sir. Don, now you said you had 400,000 square feet,
Mhm.
general county. Am I looking at this? This says that our budget, maintenance budget is 1.5 million?
Yeah.
Okay. And just wanted to make sure I had those figures right. And I'd like to also, since we was talking about that computer program, if you call Mr. Garner up and asked him, he's got it either in his head or he has it on paper. He's almost a computer program himself. And I want to brag on him and his department, Kendall and those guys. I think they're doing a fantastic job keeping our facilities in good shape and they've got a plan. Speaking with him, I think he's got a 10-year plan, does he not, Don?
We do. He does
Yeah.
on
So,
the spreadsheet.
yeah, so thank you and appreciate what you're doing and what your staff's doing.
Anything else? I just want to say that, we're sitting in a building that was 114 years old. You look around and it looks like it was built in the last 2 weeks. I mean, it's been this is the kind of care that we've given it. When I came in here to the mayor's office, this room leaked. The windows were falling out. Actually, they did. They would fall out in a wind. The windows would fall out. Don, you remember this. Yeah. We had leaks. We had lights didn't work. The sound system didn't work. The whole hallways up through here. There was duct tape over the windows going down the hallway there on the ramp. The roofs on the flat top roofs over on the 1950s section leaked. The parts leaked over on this. And I'm going to tell you the transformation when Don went over general services, because it was important to me that people come into this building that they own, the taxpayers own this building, and it is their building. And they feel some pride in this building, and how over the years that had been taken away. I have no idea. But when I put Don over general services, it took us a while to make it work, getting Denny involved, getting Denny's staff involved, and working together with them. That has been between the updates and the upkeep of these buildings, including the Justice Center and Operations Center, the work we've been able to do on with risk management, on lowering our risk and some things like that, and just the overall custodial. I mean, this building, when you come in the morning, this building looks like it's been absolutely had a crew of 50 or 60 in here working, because they do such a great job. I think those are things that get lost. I think we get caught up in so many other things that we forget about looking around and appreciating those people that make the everyday things work. And I just want to say thank you to you and your staff, Don, for making all that, taking care of this building. I have a lot of pride in this building, and everyone else should too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, committee.
Are you You leaving, Tom?
I thought he was presenting the next budget.
Come on, it's accounting, yeah. Let's let that one, let's see how far that one goes. Let's see how far he gets on that one, especially in the mood he was in the other night. Good gosh, that was like, what? That's like watching some- Oh, this is, I'm supposed to take a break. I just got it. Are we supposed to take a break right now? Okay. Okay, it says on my thing to take a quick break, that we're running 25 minutes ahead.
We are,
Let- Huh?
we are?
Yeah.
All right then.
If y'all don't want to, I'm okay. Randy, come on up. That's you, since we've got Dina here.
We did have an editorial comment about the air conditioning needs to work better.
Mhm. Frozen water
That
pipes.
thing turned down.
Y'all ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Randy Vineyard. I'm the finance director for Blount County. And these are the folks that make me work well and frankly undergird this county in a number of ways. And I'm going to continue the theme that you've heard most of the morning and some of last week. We invest a lot of time in our people to have them professionally developed and to keep their skills up. And I don't know that there's any department that has to depend on that any more so than what our department does. And these 6 folks that I have the privilege of working with do an outstanding job day in and day out. We're responsible for centralized accounting and finance functions for the entire county. And we've had, if I could steal one of Katie's points, we've made a significant investment in technology. And I would echo what's been said by a number of my peers earlier, and that is we've had the ability to support county government. Mayor asked us early on when the pandemic hit, are we able to kind of keep folks safe and still be able to support not just county government as a whole, but all of our elected office holders who a number of them run our retail operations. And I told him I thought we did, and most all of my team has been working remotely, including myself. We come in from time to time to make sure that we get checks out and what have you. But had we not made those technology investments, and thanks to your all's recommendations and the commission's approval, we've been able to, I think, carry out all of our responsibilities without so much as a hiccup. So I'm very appreciative of those recommendations you've made and the commission's support in helping fund those. What we accomplished, the most significant accomplishments that we had this year is we have 2 of our staff, Dina Finley and Lisa Bell, who received their CCFO certifications. That is a Certified County Finance Officer program. This was something that started 2 years ago by the Comptroller's Office, and the goal was to make certain that the quality and the professionalism of all of our finance departments throughout state government was run and operated by professional people, people of skill, because the industry has changed tremendously in the 40 years I've been in it. And I very much appreciate Dina and Lisa committing the time to do that. It became challenging. They started the program in person, and the bulk of the program, probably 3/4 of it, they finished virtually. And I appreciate their discipline and their commitment to do that. And the other accomplishment that basically was foisted on our county, as well as a number of other county governments and city governments, was the Coronavirus Relief Fund that the state of Tennessee and the federal government put into place to allow us to navigate some of the financial and operational challenges of the pandemic this past year. Although we're still in it, it is finally abating some. And that was $1,970,000 that the county had available to it to be able to make strategic investments in things that were precipitated by the pandemic, but also I think were wise investments that we made on behalf of the county that allow us to benefit from those and leverage those investments in years to come. So we were very, very appreciative to get that. And it took a significant amount of Lisa's time to manage and oversee that, but I'm very proud of the job that she did and the effort that all of our departments that she worked with to help make that happen and be accountable and transparent back to you and the commission have been, I think, successful. And then the third accomplishment, Laura was successful in passing the CPA exam. So the county has a CPA on its staff, and we have another one that's in the works. And I'm very proud of the folks that I have the privilege to work with. They make those commitments to time and the resources that it takes and the time away from their families to study and prepare for those things. So I'm very appreciative of that. The goals that we've set for the coming year is, as I alluded to in my opening comments, the county will be the beneficiary of the American Recovery Act, which is the formal name of the $1.9 trillion program that the United States Congress passed. We know roughly how much money that we will receive, but as I said earlier, we do not have the official notification for the exact amount of dollars that we will be receiving. The guidance is sketchy at best. All we know for a certainty is what was in the statute itself. But the Treasury Department is working in concert with the National Association of County Governments, and our state association, Tennessee County Services, is a part of those discussions. They have only had limited conversations with the cabinet of the federal government, and guidance is yet to be released. We've been told that 50% of the money is supposed to be deposited in our account by the middle of May. I am not going to hold my breath. I will tell you that there are some unintended consequences of that, and it may not seem like much on the surface, but the collateralization requirements under state law for public funds is 5%. So if we've got $100 in the bank, a bank has to secure that with $105. Well, the state is county government's allocation of the American Recovery Act is about $1.4 billion to Tennessee. Schools allocation is approximately $1.9 billion. So that's $3.3 billion. Now that has to flow through the banking system in the state of Tennessee. So they're going to have to collateralize that with an additional 5%. And that is creating some angst among the banking association. And now the state of Tennessee General Assembly is having to deal with that. So we need to be aware that while there are some good things that will happen, there are some unintended consequential things that have some adverse impact on us. So the significance of collateralization is that public monies be secured and be protected for the benefit of our citizens. The other thing that is coming down the road, and you heard a little bit of this at our monthly meeting this month and at the workshop the other night, is the implementation of the Governmental Accounting Standards Board number 87, which has to do with contractual obligations. And you've heard Katie talk about that a little bit. And then you also saw in our meeting the other night that we have proposed a software solution to help us with this, is a software solution called DebtBook. And we have an obligation to implement that act this coming fiscal year. The outcome would be we would have our 346 currently contracts that we have that impact all areas of county government that would be viewed through a single lens for consistency, and we would be given a report of how that is to be transacted on our financial statements and provided to the auditors then for inclusion to the public. And then the third thing that we want is to have yet another member of our staff, Laura, receive her CCFL certification. So she is signed up to go through that program this year. So at the conclusion of next fiscal year, we should have 3 people who have gone through the CCFL program and successfully graduated.
It's great.
So the budget proposal for next year is basically a status quo budget. We have, the increases are all associated with the step increase and whatever enhancements on benefits or changes in benefits that we anticipate. So a budget of $650,944 for a staff of 7 people. So I have 2 supplemental requests that I would like for you to consider. One is, I'll start with the second one, is a grant accountant position, and you'll have a letter in here. This is an area of need that we have to address somehow, some way. And the need is that we combine a professional accountant with not a clerical position, but an accountant to address our grants for the county as a whole. Right now, it is very desperate. It is very decentralized, I should say, among all the county governments or county departments and office holders. And we also have need, and we think this position can address both, is to manage our capital assets, how we account for those things on our balance sheet. And right now, we've got part of that information on our old AS400 that we're going to decommission, and we need to get that transferred over to our Munis system, our new accounting system. And we have had a number of challenges in that area. And when we had our exit conference with the auditors, they brought that to our attention. The letter you have in here from Dina is a proposed recommendation for how we deal with that and avoid potential audit finding in the future. So that's one position. The second position is, it's time, folks, that we have to replace me. And I am recommending that we start that process this fiscal year. And it's time. Yes, it is. We have to plan an orderly transition.
Long-term plan.
So, questions, comments about the finance department? I've got some other things I'll talk about that are associated with that, but the department itself.
I know, Randy, I know we're talking, that was pretty, that was the abbreviated, we got to replace me and then let's move on. Everybody I think kind of stunned some people here when we talked about this, but what this is and what we want to do, and Randy and I have talked about this for years. We have got to have a transition. It can't just be Randy walks out while somebody walks in. We have got to have a transit. This is a $220 million budget that people are dealing with a lot of personalities and a lot of moving parts. They tried it once to bring someone off the street and walk them through. It did not work out. Randy and I've talked, this has got to be somebody that Randy spends a lot of time with, to where they can become accustomed to the culture of what I expect, what this county expects, what the commission expects, and how to work with the other elected officials, because we have got too good a thing happening in this county to let it go to pot just because of of trying to make a knee-jerk reaction on a replacement for Randy's position. And there's not going to be anybody that's going to come in here and going to replace Randy. I mean, what he brings to the table is that I don't have to talk about it. You all know what he brings to the table. But we've got to have someone that has at least had his guidance for a few years, to be honest with you, because I think that's what it's going to take to make this continue on, because we're not going to back up. We're not going to, nobody, whether I walk out, Randy walks out, anybody walks out, we're not backing up. This county deserve it, and the people deserve us to keep moving forward. And to do that, Randy and I've talked, this is what we think needs to happen to make it work.
ultimately, what we've been able to accomplish, you want to build on top of that.
That's right.
And you want to improve it. And in a nutshell, that's really what the mayor's saying. We have had a number of conversations. This is not anything new. I've even discussed it with some of you all, so.
Commissioner, you want to say something?
Is the 10 years that we're planning for you to train your successor going to be enough?
Thank you, Commissioner. My question exactly. I do believe in succession planning and I agree with the process. I totally
I've heard you
support
say that before.
many times, many times. It doesn't make it any easier when reality comes about. But in the doing of that, I think you've done, from what I can see so far, an excellent job in presenting to both the Budget Committee and to the commissioners what's going to be required financially and what the benefits of that's going to be, because there is no replacing a Randy Vineyard. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
He's not walking out right now, guys.
Well, we know, but
Y'all,
We're not letting
it's going to take me 10 years to process.
Y'all to go get control of your emotions here. Are you crying, Tom? Okay, I just,
Mayor, what you got to understand,
He's just hopeful there's no candy wrappers to distract him.
we could all leave except Amy and him.
I know, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. Randy, you want to go on now?
We have a request from the, they call it the Maryville TRC, but it's Tennessee Rehab Center. That's the one we got notice from. She was planning to be here and present, so I'm not going to attempt to present it, but the request and what they do is part of your presentation materials. It falls under the accounting structure of what I have oversight of. So they are not requesting any additional funding. $81,928 is what they are requesting from the county. Any questions or comments about that? I apologize, but we just got that notice this morning.
Does everybody understand who this is and where they're located and everything? Do you remember this? This lady, Deborah,
No, she's,
Deborah used to present this to us. Yeah, but Deborah's, and her, they're located down on Henry G. Lane.
Yeah.
And they provide jobs and job placements for special needs adults.
All right.
Remember, we went down there and toured it before, so.
they basically do contract work for Denso and
Yeah.
some other Rubbermaid and a few other businesses in the area. We transitioned this out of the school system several years ago to just the county's budget because we were addressing more adults than we were students. So we shifted it to the county.
Okay. Any questions on this? Move on then.
We may want to break shortly. The Heritage Center will be here to address
Okay.
theirs. We're just running ahead of schedule
Brent.
right now.
Okay.
You want to talk about, Dana, you want to come up and talk about debt service, please?
Now for the exciting one. Okay, so this is Debt Service Fund, Fund 151. I am Dina Finley. Oh, okay. I don't ever stand up here. Next slide, please, Laura. So here you see a timeline of the debt, of the outstanding payments. So the debt service fund is restricted for principal and interest payments only. and other admin expenses related to the debt service fund. So the timeline shows the principal and interest payments. They're steady through year 2029, and starting in year 2030, we see around 7.5 million decrease in the obligation of debt payments. So starting next year for FY 2021 through 2022, the only debt service remaining is the Series 2015A, 2016A and B, and the qualified school construction bonds. And the 2015 A and B, 2016 A and B series are all from the refinancing that we did in 2016. So next slide, please. Here is just to show you where the data comes to create that chart, the line chart. This is our total outstanding debt. You can see that the maturity of the bonds will be in 2037. And the total for principal, interest, and then the grand total is there in that chart for you. And I just wanted you to note that if you look at line year 2029, the total premium, principal and interest is at 15.5 million. And then at year 2030, you see that it's 7.9 million. That's where you see the dip in the line chart, is that our payments obligations will be lower as we get closer to that point, which it's a little ways to go. All right, next slide, please. So here is the proposed FY 2021-22 budget for the debt service fund. Most of the revenue for the debt service fund is generated mainly from the property tax, with the current allocation of the penny at 44 cents of the $2.47 property tax rate. So projected revenue for next year on the current penny allocation is a little over 17 million. And our projected expenditures for next year is 17.2 million, roughly. There are other revenues that are generated in the debt service fund. Some of those you can see after line 4 in that chart. And they comprise various other revenues, sales tax, business tax, interest, some of our reimbursements with the 2 cities. Those roughly run around 1.7 million. So I'll move to expenditures now. Expenditures are now mainly just the bonds. Motorola and the UZAB has ended as of 2021. The expenses for the admin debt service are roughly the same. The only increase in here that we've requested in hopes of next Thursday is for the debt book software to help us with the contractual obligations. And that's just an increase of $12,500. And the last thing I wanted to note was that the fund balance in the FY 2020 audit for debt service fund was a little over 19 million, which covers 1 year of debt obligations. So we have a savings of 12 months to help us in our debt service fund. Do you have any questions?
I want to spend just a second on this. Dina alluded to the refinancings we've done, and just for memory's sake, I want to make sure that you recall some things. So we've not borrowed money to increase debt for any public improvements. What we've done is refinance what we've had, and the constraint that we have operated under is the challenge of our graph. The picture of our debt that you're seeing on the screen right now is not an ideal picture. So we have inherited the financing decisions that were made by prior county commissions and finance directors for whatever reason. That was the need at the time. This is a function of, we have been very diligent. The mayor has made it very clear. We had clear objectives that we wanted to get to, and that is get rid of our exposure to the variable rate debt market. We've done that. Now, in the course of doing that, in the refinancings that we've done that Dina referred to in 2016 and 15, is we did not change or extend any of the debt. So when the mayor took office, the debt was terminating in 2037. With all we've done, it's not changed. That picture has not changed. We looked at the potential to change it, but we couldn't make it work economically. So the second thing I want you to be mindful of, while the structure has not changed, the composition of it has changed. So we did borrow money in addition to refinancing to take care of the termination fees to get out of the swap agreements. But we happened to hit the market. We were fortunate at the timing of when we did that. The market was in our favor, and that was done at a very low interest cost. So flip to the P&I there. So you will see the principal column, we owe under $139 million in principal. But what has changed is those two columns. When the mayor first took office, we were paying more in interest than we were paying in principal. And today you can see we're paying more in principal than we're paying in interest. So the refinancings helped us make that change and transition. And that's a good thing, just so everyone knows. Now, fortunately, we've had good enough operations where we're not spending everything that everybody gets appropriated to them. And we've had good enough benefit of a robust revenue stream because of a growing community. And we're able, to Dina's point, we're able to leverage all these activities and save money in our debt service fund so that when the call provisions happen, we can pay off some of this debt once we meet those call provisions, if this body wants to. And the second thing is, we are able to take cash and reserves and make strategic investments that leverage business investments in this community, as we did on the Amazon project. So we put cash into that transaction that we're going to get back over 5 years. And we didn't borrow any money to do that. So we put our own cash to work to help leverage those investments. And that's what you hopefully are in a position to do going forward, even in a better way. And I can't say enough. I am utterly amazed and proud that our businesses have been able to react to this pandemic like they have, and for us to still maintain the robust sales tax revenues that we are, knowing darn good and well there are a lot of people that are really hurting in this community, both as citizens and as business owners. But my hat's off to them for how they've been able to successfully navigate the challenges of the pandemic. So my hat's off to them. Any other questions, comments about debt service? Anything?
I got a couple of questions, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Randy, can you talk a little bit about the dip? It goes down and then back up. Just remind us what the structure is there.
Yeah. So what he's referring to is, I call it falling off the cliff in 2029. You can see it's fairly, to Dina's point, it's fairly plateaued. And then we fall off to 2030 and 2031 very significantly. What happened is there were bond issues in the past that were what I call back-end loaded, meaning a lot of interest paid up front for a number of years and then a lot of principal being retired toward the end of the debt issue. So years 20, if it's a 30-year bond, maybe they didn't retire a lot of principal till maybe years 27 forward. And that's a function of that. So these are past issues that we were stuck with the amortization we had. What we did do is change and accelerate principal retirement and reduce our interest carrying costs.
And then just to follow up on this schedule, so in 2037, that will be the last, if we don't borrow any more between now and then, there won't be any more debt after 2037.
Yeah, the way the mayor likes to say that. Now, Randy, you're telling me we'll be out of debt in 2037? I'll say, yeah, as long as we don't borrow any money between now and then.
We're gonna have a little get together when that happens.
Sounds good. And then as far as just looking ahead to 2029, if we kept the debt service, would it be possible to just keep the level, the amount we pay level through that cliff and pay it off so many years early?
Yeah, yes, you could do that. So, for example, traditionally, the way this chart should look is a gradual declining balance from 2022 to 2037. Now, you don't always get the benefit of doing that, because if people say, I want a level amortization of debt, if I'm going to issue a 20-year bond, I want to make sure I'm paying the same amount of principal every year for 20 years. Well, if you come in and lay that on top of this, then it'll manifest itself by just spiking each level of this, and you'll keep the same structure. So you've got to tailor it a little bit, if you will. But we're in a much better shape than we were 10, 12 years ago. I can tell you that. Very proud of what we've been able to accomplish. And it took a lot of people's help.
I am too. Thank you.
Commissioner?
Randy, in 31, what would be the principal debt in 31? I think the next chart shows it, doesn't it?
You'll retire
Yeah.
$2.5 million worth of principal, and you'll have about 2.1 million in interest. So $4.6 million will be our debt payment, compared to 16.6 right now. Now, let's keep it in perspective. The needs of the county are going to grow. So we do have to keep that in mind.
Anyone else?
Randy, let's use Blount County. What would you say an acceptable debt would be?
Well,
let me change the question. Are we acceptable now, or do we have some room, or should it be lower?
the best way for me to respond to that is somebody independent of me, and that is, you get that assessment really from our rating agencies. And if you look at Moody's Investor Service, Moody's gives us a credit rating, and they have 4 components to that credit rating. And we rate AAA in 3 of those 4. The other one, we rate AA, so we get a AA plus credit rating from them. Our weakness is the capital planning, which is why you see so much more attention paid to that. We have been very intentional in trying to improve in that area and plan, because, they're amazed that we don't, when we sit down with them in our conference calls and they say, what are your plans to borrow money going forward? Well, we don't have any. So you're not going to invest in capital. Yeah, we're going to invest. We're just going to do it with cash. We're not going to borrow money to do it. So, going forward, future mayors and county commissions will have a very, very good foundation to base decisions off of going forward.
Thank you.
And going back to that, I want to say, when I came here, the financial health of this county was not anywhere near as what it is now and I can remember after I saw the debt that we, and I had a pretty good idea what the debt was when I came here. And what our fund balance was, and what our debt fund balance was. And it was not healthy at all. And I remember we had asked, it was before Randy came and Steve, we met with CTAS and Nashville or maybe it was the comptroller's office or CTAS. And at that time, we were close to 250 million in debt. And they said, and with your financial health, you should never be, you all should not ever be over 90 million. And we were already at 250. So, I mean, but they said with the financial health of where you all are at with taxes and revenue and everything, you should never have gone over 90 million. Well, we were 100 something million past anyone ever telling commission they need to quit borrowing money. So anyway, Randy.
So my predecessor did a lot to start this ball down the road. He and the mayor did. So we went from that 90 some odd % in variable rate exposure with synthetically fixed interest rates to when I got here, we were at 57%, I think, and then we've eliminated all that. So our citizenry ought to feel really good. We've got everything fixed, and in my history in this business, that's what the public wants. They want predictability. They don't want surprises. If I could, behind the tab, Central Services and GIS, the other area that kind of falls under my reporting is Central Services. And in a nutshell, what's included in the numbers, I'll give you some pros. Those folks who are planning to retire in the upcoming year, we account for those retirements in this department. We also account for our audit fee that we pay to the state of Tennessee Comptroller's Office, and that's going up a little bit this year. Then we have dues and membership for the East Tennessee Development District and ETHRA. Legal services, where we pay the county attorney for all of his advice and research that he provides us. Pauper burials and autopsies, that is a growing number. Every year we are finding that people more and more don't care about their family. And that's a sad state of affairs. Then the trustees commissions. For those proceeds that the trustee collects on behalf of the county under state law, he takes a cut of that up to 1% of most of those collections, and we account for that expense in Central Services here. And then we have contracts with government agencies like GIS and MACnet that are accounted for in Central Services as well. And those are typically interlocal agreements that are brought to this body and the full commission that we enter into with our sister governments, the city of Maryville and the city of Alcoa. Those are all accounted for among this $3,349,000 worth of expenses. Any questions on any of those items? You can't really tell that from the numbers, and that's why we put the narrative in there, so that at least make it a little more tangible and understandable.
Anything else?
That's all I have. Is the Heritage Center here?
Yeah,
And then
I've got
Ray is
okay.
here. I don't know when you want to do
Ray,
your break.
too.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Randy. Brent, you want to come on up and present?
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is the first opportunity I've had to come in front of this body, and I appreciate the opportunity. I've put together a just a very brief slide presentation, 6 or 7 slides that talk a little bit about the Heritage Center. I've included our mission statement. And a little information just about the center in general. It's interesting, we have become, although we started as an opportunity to display a lot of the Native American artifacts that were discovered there in the Big Dig in Townsend 20 some odd years ago, we have actually become a preserve for historic structures as well. And we actually just received a donation of a cabin from roughly 1830 when it was built. We've got 14 such structures now, 3 cabins, a church building, sawmill, wheelwright shop, the old Montvale stagecoach station. All of those things are now located on our property and are being cared for, maintained by the Heritage Center. We have key partnerships with, of course, the Blount County government, Blount Partnership, the Park Service, McClung Museum, Maryville College, and the Clayton Foundation. Maryville College, we have the Isaac Anderson cabin, which was, of course, the founder of Maryville College. That is the very first thing as you see as you approach our property is that cabin, which came to the Heritage Center in 2019. And recently, I take great pride in this. You don't often get mentioned in Southern Living magazine, but in the April 2021 issue, we were described, the Heritage Center specifically was described as a wonderful introduction to Southern Appalachian culture. So we're proud of that. If you look at the statistics, in a typical year, we have 34,000 plus total visitors. And last year, in the COVID year, we had about 15,000. School trips typically account for 6,000 visitors per year. Today, actually, I left the Heritage Center and there was a field trip. Our first field trip in a year was there. It was a private school from Knox County. So it's a good sign that things are beginning to get a little bit back to normal. Our Blue Ribbon Country Fair draws over 3,000 visitors each September. Of course, it was canceled in 2020, but we're looking forward to 2021 having that. Our annual concert series draws over 4,500 visitors each year. And last year, we started a new program called Christmas in the Village. And it was essentially candlelight tours of the historic structures. And that attracted about 500 guests. So it was a good start for that. In terms of educational contributions, the Heritage Center provides free field trips for all Blount County schools. And we receive, actually every elementary school in Blount County has booked trips with us each year for the last several years. We also raise money at our annual gala to provide a transportation stipend if those school groups can't afford the bus fare to actually get to the Heritage Center for their free field trip. We can actually pay for the bus transportation as well. Those are all things that are available to any Blount County school. We also offer periodically free admission days for Blount County residents. They can learn about the center and the area's history. Most recently, we did that on Saturday, February 13th. We will also do that, by the way, we'll have a free day for all Tennessee residents on June 1st, which will be the 225th anniversary of the state of Tennessee. We have a collection of outstanding artifacts. We are, I would say, certainly the premier location in Blount County to learn about Native American heritage. And we actually had some visitors from the Museum of the Cherokee Indian at our facility this morning. We're working out some partnership details, but that is certainly a very significant part of what we do. We sponsor historical markers along the Townsend bike path, the walking path, pedestrian path, that talk about the Cherokee villages that were there, as well as the Big Dig. And as I mentioned a moment ago, we are currently working on partnerships with the Museum of the Cherokee from over in Cherokee, Sequoia Birthplace Museum down in Von Orr, and the Chief Junaluska Museum, which is in the Snowbird community. As a community resource, we host a variety of educational opportunities for community members. We do a Tuesday at 2 coffee lecture series. This is for cultural enrichment and education. We also do workshops and other events. We host a lot of events for the community. The outdoor amphitheater has actually been used by area churches and other social and civic organizations, especially during the COVID time, because it's open air and it's easy to social distance in the amphitheater. So we've been used quite a bit during 2020. And we also use our small fleet, 4 little Sprinter buses. We use those for community events like Old Timers Day at the Visitor Center and several different events throughout the year that we offer shuttle services. And our funding request is at this time what it has been in the recent past, $12,500 per quarter, $50,000 for the fiscal year. And I appreciate your time and the opportunity to be here. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Does anybody have any questions for Brent? What do you think? All right. That's a first. You did a great job. Normally there is some questions.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ray, would you like to come up and kind of give us an idea of everything you've got going on?
Sure. So good morning, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to come in. My name is Ray Boswell, GIS manager for the Blount County GIS Group, which is basically it's a consortium of Blount County, City of Alcoa, and the City of Maryville. So we've all gone in together instead of 3 governments going in 3 separate directions. What we've done is have a GIS manager to oversee the efforts of GIS within all 3 governments. And so what I'm here to do is just kind of give you a real high overview about some of the things that we do, some of the projects that we worked on in 2020, in fiscal year 21, and some of the efforts and initiatives we're going to have in fiscal year 22. So, from a support perspective, I mean, we work with departments within all 3 governments. What I've done is at the bottom of this slide right here is identify the specific departments within the county. Those are the first 2 columns that you see, and then that 3rd column, would be those entities that are shared resources. So, it's one of those things that GIS, because we're working with data and the data that we have has a location component, whether it be a latitude, longitude, street address, or a parcel ID. We can take that data and that information and be able to display it in the form of a map. So these are the folks that from a county specific perspective that we support and assist on a daily basis. When I talk about GIS, one of the ways that I like to approach it is to discuss it in the context of the system. GIS is an acronym that stands for Geographic Information System. And so within that system, there's 5 components of it. We've got hardware, we've got software, data, people, and processes. And so from a hardware perspective, well, I say hardware, it's now become virtualized. The server environment that we utilize to support the the efforts and initiatives that we have going on, just because of the trend within IIT, we've moved away from physical servers and into a more virtualized environment. So we spend a lot of time maintaining that environment to make certain that that people have access to the information that they need to have access to. And then we want to be able to meet them where they are. So from a software perspective, it could be a desktop application that people interact with, could be a mobile application that they interact with on a phone or a tablet, or it could be a web application that they access through a browser. So from a people perspective, I mean, that's, people in this room, people within the departments, citizens within the county, and then people that are outside of the county, maybe looking to find more information out about Blount County. So we stand up public-facing applications that they can interact with. From a data perspective, I've mentioned that server environment. The server environment is maintained at the Maryville Municipal Center, and we have workflows in place to keep the data that's maintained on those servers up to date. For instance, with the property assessor's office, we get weekly updates from them, incorporate that into our database, and then serve that out through those applications that I just mentioned. Similar type of situation with 911. Their data is very dynamic. And so we actually have nightly updates as far as addresses and center lines are concerned. And then processes, that's to me, that's really one of the most important parts of it, because what we'll do is we'll work with people in the different departments, kind of identify what it is that they do, how it is that they do it, and see if there's a way that we can try to make what they work on, see if we can increase efficiency with what they do. Yeah. Hit the next slide. Thank you. So as far as accomplishments in 21, and I'm going to have to add a couple more to those, but you all were gracious enough in fiscal year 21 to help fund a new position. It took longer than anticipated to go through the process of actually creating the job description for that. But I'm incredibly excited that May 3rd we'll have a new employee starting as a GIS technician. I'm like I said, I'm very excited about the opportunities that we have to be able to provide more support to the people within the county and also the citizens within the county. From an app development perspective, there's multiple applications that we've been working on, but one that I wanted to draw your attention to that we actually went live with this week was one called My Government Services. And so the rationale behind that was we wanted to be able to provide a way for citizens to be able to find information out about their location, where they live, and find out information about services that are provided to them. So I'm not certain if you saw the article in the Daily Times on Monday that touched on it, but we've had some pretty good feedback as far as this application is concerned. From a use perspective, I wasn't able to connect Google Analytics to it, to be able to see real-time traffic and that sort of thing. But I do have the ability to be able to see how many page views that we have during a certain time period. And so since we went live with that on Monday morning, we've had about 1,050 unique views to that application. And just for context, the two most popular applications that we had until this was Blount County zoning search and then the school locator application. And during that same time period, there's 397 hits to that county zoning search, which includes employees at the development services hitting it, and 322 on the school locator. So so it seems to have been pretty well received by the community, and I appreciate the county's I appreciate the county being able to put the link on their homepage to be able to get to that application. Another effort that we worked on in fiscal year 21 was the 2020 census. There was a lot of work behind the scenes as far as reviewing information that the Census Bureau had. We would compare that to the information that we maintain within our database, to try to make certain that, that the Census Bureau had, knew exactly where they needed to go to be able to count all the citizens, or as many citizens within the county as possible. And then also from a technology perspective, we implemented a new back-end server environment for GIS. We've had some kind of hiccups with that along the way, because, you know, technology being technology, it doesn't always work the way you want it to when you want it to work. But we're working to get past that. Again, I'm very excited about the potential that we have with this moving forward. Another accomplishment that I neglected to add was from an imagery perspective, and this ties into the data. You know, historically we will fly the county, you know, on a given time period in order to support the needs of the different departments within the governments, and really specifically the property assessor's 100% reappraisal. As you can imagine, I mean, once you put a plane in the air and capture imagery, it's literally a snapshot in time. So historically, what we've been doing is updating that imagery on a 4-year cycle. As with most things, you know, technology changes, and one of the ways that that's changed from the imagery perspective is that they now have what's called imagery as a service. And so we contracted with a firm called Nearmap to subscribe to their imagery as a service. So what we received from that is actually 2 acquisitions during the course of a year. So we've already received our February 2021 acquisition. So that's a leaf off imagery capture. And then they'll also fly the county in October, November timeframe, so that we can visualize what it looks like with leaves on the trees. So that's exciting. That gives us 260 square miles of fresh imagery that people are able to utilize and you know, be able to, you know, make informed decisions, which is what the goal is with the tools and the technology that we have. So moving forward with fiscal year 22, you know, some of the goals that we have right now, I've got a landing page. If you go to www.blountgis.org, it's got a bunch of those forward public-facing applications. You know, the goal that I have for this coming fiscal year is to migrate away from that and get more to what's called basically it's a hub portal. And so you'll still be able to get access to those public-facing applications, but one of the things that I'm excited about is being able to provide open data to the community. So if people wanted to be able to pull in, you know, to grab the zoning data, or grab city limits, or grab the census blocks, we're going to be able to provide a means and an avenue for them to be able to pull that down, and then to be able to incorporate it into any sort of application that they may be developing. So that's pretty exciting from my perspective. You know, the democratization of data is kind of what we're calling it. You know, from a county-specific perspective, you know, when I say the operations center, you know, I'm talking about development services in the highway department. There's a number of initiatives that we have that are in the queue as far as they're concerned. You know, a number of them specifically relate to stormwater. You know, I'm also in the process of interviewing interns, and so the new GIS technician hire and the intern are going to be, in a sense, our boots on the ground, assisting the county with their stormwater inventory. So that's something that we've needed to address, but really haven't had the person power to be able to make that happen. And it is a requirement of the county stormwater permit. So excited to see some work being done on that. The election commission, you know, there is right now, the folks in the election commission are using a read-only map viewer that, from a support perspective, I have an old desktop at my desk right now that I use to keep things up to date, and I would no longer be able to support that application if that desktop were to ever die. So what we're going to be doing is migrating them to a new environment. in this fiscal year. And I'm excited about that because, you know, it'll be the environment and the applications will be more sustainable than what we have presently. You know, in addition, I don't have it on here right now, but with one of the, as far as the 2020 census is concerned, you know, one of the things that comes out of the census is the need to redistrict. So we will be going through that redistricting process once the Census Bureau does release data. And the last that I saw is that they're looking maybe at an August timeline on that. So, you know, I recognize that with the March primaries coming up, that our work is going to be will backs against the wall in a certain perspective, but we'll definitely work to make certain that we get that information updated, you know, as quickly as possible. And then something that in July, this will now be my 16th year here, and you know, upon reflection, you know, I'll be the first to admit that the first 5 years or so, I did a much better job of doing training with the technology and the staff. And it's just one of those things that the past like 10 years or so, it's just been, you know, just you know, running from one fire to another. It's what it seems like. And so, you know, one of the exciting parts about having this new staff member on board is to take some of the day-to-day responsibilities off of me and put them on them, which would allow us to be able to develop and host more in-person training. So, you know, change management is something that we talk about a lot. And one of the best ways to manage change is to make certain that your end users are comfortable and familiar with how to use the tools that we're making available to them. So very excited about that. And then the last thing that I failed to include on there is the imagery acquisition. I mentioned the Nearmap imagery as a service subscription that we have entered into. And I did mention that it was 260 square miles. So basically, if you're familiar with the census designated urbanized area, you know, that's kind of what that footprint follows. And so that kind of leaves a gap between, you know, that urbanized area and the national park. And so we are going to contract with Eagle View, who is the firm that we've been using since 2007 for imagery acquisition, to capture that area between Nearmap's footprint and the national park. And so we'll capture that in probably about February of 2022. And, you know, that is being funded through fund balance. So, you know, there's some revenue that comes into GIS Enterprise Fund. You know, we have partnerships with like South Blount County Utility District, Fort Loudon Electric, Tuckaleechee, Knox Chapman, McGee Tyson. So there's some revenue coming from that. And then also we do data sales for engineers and surveyors that are working on development projects. You know, they'll work with us and we'll provide them data for a fee. And so we've built up a fund to be able to help offset the cost of some of these projects. The last time we used fund balance in a situation like this was in 2015 when we updated our elevation data for the county. And so what we're going to do is utilize that fund balance to be able to capture that area between what Nearmap flies on an annual basis twice a year and the national park. And so did you say, was there another? Okay. So from a budget perspective, there is an increase. Well, let me take a step back. From a budget perspective, you know, my request is split in a 1/3 basis for each government. So when I prepare my budget, I always divide it by 3. So 1/3 for Alcoa, 1/3 for the county, 1/3 for Maryville. So for this fiscal year, I am requesting from the county an $8,000 increase over what I requested for fiscal year 21, and that is that's tied to a compensation and classification study that Maryville did for their second line managers, and then also the past couple of years I've been using, you know, found money within my budget to pay for some consulting services. And so what I did actually this fiscal year was actually put that request in the budget. So that will account for the increase over last fiscal year. That's what I had this morning. But if y'all have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer any of them.
Anybody got any questions for Ray? Okay. Ray, thank you very much. I appreciate your presentation, and I know there's a lot going on right now with, and you know, the hard part you've got to do is you've got to work with everybody, because everybody has their piece of that GIS, and I guess you're the one that puts all the pieces of the puzzle together. Sometimes it's hard to fit, but thank you for the job you do, and the good work that we've been able to provide for all, not just Blount County, but Maryville, Alcoa, and the entire county. So thank you a lot, Ray.
Appreciate that. And thank you for your time this morning. Y'all have a good weekend, okay?
Thanks, Ray.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Huh? Go ahead.
I just want to make you aware of a tangible benefit of GIS. I mean, Ray's enumerated several things, but one thing in particular that has made us a lot more efficient is every month we get multiple letters from different governments saying, well, you're collecting sales tax that ought to be coming to our government. And one of the things that the mayor and the two city managers have done for Maryville and Alcoa is we've utilized the tool of GIS, and Ray supports our three individual staffs. We do an annual audit internally of the sales tax collections for the three governments. And we send a joint letter to the state telling them of what corrections need to be made to the state records so that we can have those reported accurately every month. So that's something that it's not very glamorous or sexy, if you will, but it's blocking and tackling and makes all of us much more efficient because we've cut down on the number of letters significantly by doing that. So it's just another cooperative effort that we have, but it's supported significantly by GIS.
Next up, IT.
We take a 2-minute break. Ed? 2-minute break.
2-minute break.
2-minute break.
Let's make it about 30 seconds. Can you do it? Okay. Hang on, Justin. We're going to take a 2-minute break. Okay, we'll reconvene the budget workshop. This time IT is at the podium. Justin, if you'd come up, please.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Budget Committee. My name is Justin McClure. I'm with the Information Technology Department. We're going to make this short and sweet. So a little bit about what we do. First and foremost, we advise and support all county departments. This does not include just courthouse, departments. It covers the county as a whole, all the different buildings, all the way down to the 911 center. Some of that support is done through help desks, which allows the employees and end users to send us requests, send us their needs. And of course, some of that support is hardware and software defined. A big part of what we do is we manage the network, the whole county network, and the cybersecurity initiatives. And again, that doesn't just stop at the courthouse and the county buildings. We also assist and help other departments that also have their own IT departments, like the sheriff's office, the library, and 911. So what we do for them is we take care of their infrastructure, their network infrastructure, and give some of our cybersecurity services that we've benefited from here, and we've extended those to them. And of course, you all know how important the network is. I mean, the county it'd be hard for the county to do its job efficiently without a good, stable network. And a lot of times, even with the committees and COVID, it'd be hard for you guys to even have meetings, without a strong, stable infrastructure. So we also do IT procurement and vendor management. So some of the accomplishments for our 2021 budget, as you've heard many other departments come up, 2020 had our own set of challenges with COVID. So some of the accomplishments related to COVID, we deployed and supported a new remote workforce. Luckily, we were pretty well set for a remote workforce to go out, but in some instances, laptops were a premium whenever COVID's first hit. So some of our employees actually went into other employees' houses and set up, desktop computers just to ensure that they could do their day-to-day operations. We converted courtrooms to remote enabled, so we allowed the court systems to keep working via Zoom with attorneys and with inmates even in the jail. We conducted virtual public meetings, so our public meetings went to a Zoom platform. And I don't think that we may have missed one public meeting in the beginning when COVID first hit, but we haven't missed any since then. We've been able to extend the school and public Wi-Fi. That way, students, when they were quarantined or school was shut down, they had other avenues. If they didn't have internet or strong internet at their house, they could go to the school, and we extended it to the external parts of the school, and they could even go to the Foothills Mall and connect their Chromebooks to the school's network that way. And along with COVID and with help from the mayor and with Randy Vineyard, we were able to successfully test the CBRS technology. And this technology would allow us to extend the school's Wi-Fi even more to places in the county or to even students that might not have acceptable internet usage for their schoolwork. So I got some non-COVID accomplishments on here. So we were able to implement a SolarWinds automation system. And so this allows us to monitor all devices, network devices, servers across the county, kind of a one pane of glass sort of system. And during COVID, we actually saw the benefits of this pretty quickly. We had some of our staff actually come down with COVID. Some of them were out for up to a month. And so there wasn't any lapse of coverage in that aspect, thanks to SolarWinds bringing those alerts to our attention and letting us know exactly kind of what was going on in the network so we could easily pinpoint the problem. We implemented a new help desk system called Service Desk. What this will allow us to do is allow us to gather more information from the end user on what their problems and requests are, and it will also let us provide some reporting on just where our problem areas lie. If we've gone to this one office to deal with this one printer 3 times, maybe it's time that we need to replace that printer. Just simple things like that. We also assisted HR with their Cornerstone Learning Platform. I know Jacqueline talked about that earlier, but I'm excited about this one because this one will allow us to push out some cybersecurity training to our end users, which is one of our initiatives and one of our goals. We got to upgrade versions of Kronos and Tower Munis. So Kronos is what HR uses, and it's what employees use to clock in and out. Tower Munis is the financial package, and those are probably 2 of the most used applications in the county. So we were able to upgrade those versions. And then we also continued to improve our network infrastructure. What that looked like was going through and figuring out what switches and equipment were old or end of life and replacing those with new and improved versions. So the year 21 and 22 is going to be a year of transition for the Information Technology Department. And what I mean by that, the first transition is going to be from a transformation mindset more to a sustainability mindset. So what I mean by transformation, the last 5 to 6 years, the county has been involved in an IT modernization project, which has greatly improved the county's network infrastructure and just technology posture as a whole. So now we're going to kind of close the chapter on that and move to a sustainability model where we're going to maintain, but also continue to improve upon what we've done in the past 5 to 6 years. Another transition, we have 2 staff members that you can see there, they have over 20 years of service, both of them. Jane Jenkins, who's a senior system administrator, and then Sterling Strevel, who is our senior network administrator. So they will be retiring this year, and we hate to see them go. They have done great work. They care about the county, and I've been proud to be able to work with them in the time that I've been here. So some of our goals for 21, 22. One of the biggest is we're going to rebuild the IT staff with Jane and Sterling leaving. That offers two positions to fill. And we also have a third position, which is a network engineer, which was already budgeted for. So all these positions are already budgeted for. We're not asking for any new positions other than a part-time position that we've added for Jane to come back and help us with our transition from the AS400. So we're going to hire 3 positions, 1 network engineer and 2 system administrators. And we're also going to do some staff augmentation with Avero advisors. So Avero in the past has been leading the IT modernization project, and they've done a great job. So now, and you can see in our operation budget, we have moved some of their hours out of 189 and added them actually to the operating budget, because hiring 3 positions and getting those people acclimated and ready to go in the county will be a hard job, and we're a small shop. So Avero will be assisting in that, but also while we're training those new hires, our day-to-day operations, still have to go on. So Avero will be helping us in that aspect as well. Another goal is to explore the changes in public meeting technology. Like I said before, with COVID, we kind of had to jump to a Zoom platform. I want to personally explore kind of how we can marry the Zoom platform into the Granicus platform that we already use and we used pre-COVID. We're also going to continue to build out the county fiber network. Some of that we'll be working with MacNet with that. It'll be connections, getting ready to connect with Fort Loudon Electric, which will let us move some of our network down past where we have been before, down into Friendsville, and that sort of thing. And then we're also going to do some cybersecurity improvements, which will be some new security equipment. I want to begin quarterly testing, which we've had 1 test already. And then I want to focus on end user training, which the Cornerstone application that HR is rolling out will be very beneficial for that. So, and that is all I have. If anybody has any questions.
Any questions?
Mayor, Justin, you just mentioned about moving network down towards Friendsville through the power company. They use transmission lines or what?
Well, they have
work?
their own. They have Fort Loudon Electric has kind of done what MacNet and the cities have done for us, where they have their own fiber network, already have their own fiber line. So they're going to let us ride on some of that dark fiber to where we need to get to. That way, it saves us from having to just run straight fiber from here down here.
Not just there, Commissioner. We're looking at Union Grove, Friendsville, Lanier, and this is jumping off the track of what we're talking about. There's a major push right now with us and MacNet, the city of Maryland, city of Alcoa, to get our fiber to Lanier and to all of our schools. Now, we're looking at the dollars, but we really think we've got an opportunity to get it to Townsend and Wallen too. So do you want, we've had these conversations, make it to where I can't explain anything in IT that's gonna make anybody can understand. Explain it, Justin, to where they'll understand what we're doing.
Yeah, so one of the benefits is, like I said before, we don't have to be bogged down with the expense of running our own fiber, straight to Friendsville or straight to Townsend. One of the things you heard last budget meeting that the county clerk and circuit court clerk are working together for these kiosks. So that would, bridging the gap with Fort Loudon Electric, allowing us to get to Friendsville, or, with Sevier County allowing us to get to maybe Townsend. Will allow us to put those kiosks in those key locations where those citizens don't have to come all the way into the county to pay those fines and things like that. But like the mayor said, fiber will be run to the schools as well, and that sort of thing.
So I guess my question is the Fort Loudon Electric is getting in why are they getting into the fiber business? I mean, where have they been?
Poles, who else are you gonna put? They already have the poles. The poles are there. It's just like Maryville Utility, Alcoa Utility, Sevier County, Blount, or Knox Chapman. They've already got the poles, and either way you look at it, you got to use the poles to get the fiber there.
Exactly. But I mean, who's paying for the fiber? Are they paying for it or?
Yeah, they've already run the fiber, so they already have that infrastructure. We're just tapping into that infrastructure and moving from our systems, going down their lines, down to where we need to go.
As this works out and we contract with some of the other utilities besides just Maryville and Alcoa, I mean, I'm not the one but I'm in enough of these meetings that I know this county, the whole county is going to be looped. I mean, it's actually the way the program is set up. Is it not going to, Justin, it's supposed to go from Johnson City to the whole fiber network? How far is that whole?
I don't know exactly how far it is, but like the mayor said, it is a multi-county, network, and we're trying to build it up to be multi-county, just, not only help us, but help other counties as well as, maybe extend some services to them as well. So.
I guess, okay. One reason I'm concerned is a lot of my district, cable TV won't run lines to my constituents. Are we going to be able to use that for cable TV?
I don't think we'll get into the cable TV business or anything like that.
Yeah.
You've got light and then you've got dark, and then I'm talking, but there's going to be quite a bit of opportunity and but we're not getting into cable TV. We're just trying to get fiber to the schools and into those areas where it helps the kids. We're not trying to put cable TV or anything out like that.
Thank you.
Talk about the fiber, what it can provide. We have the fiber lines in those areas, so about.
Just how we utilize them?
Yeah.
So right now we have a county-wide ring of fiber. So all the county buildings are connected. We're also connected with the city of Maryville, the city of Alcoa. And the way we utilize that is, we all want to be interconnected. We all want to share data. All of our counties need to connect to 911, and they're also on the ring as well. So we're utilizing it for county purposes, just, to extend, like I said before, to Friendsville, to Townsend. If we can get fiber up to Townsend, we can get their town hall, offer them, faster internet that they can get now, and a connectivity that they've never had before. So that's kind of it in short. It could be a really long discussion.
Anything, Commissioner?
Yeah, Justin, can you go over the projects spreadsheet and just tell us kind of briefly what each one of those are?
So the projects that we have for next year?
Well,
or just a 3-year?
It's a 3-year one.
Okay. Do you have the slide of that? Oh, it's really small. All right, so the first part is just computer equipment, and that's just going to be to get us on a 3-year plan of a computer replacement. So we plan each 3 years, we plan to kind of overhaul all the equipment. Right now, we kind of have a hodgepodge of, this model computer, this model of laptop, not all of them are different or the same. So we're trying to cohesively make those, one model desktop, one model laptop, that sort of thing. We got Wi-Fi access points. Those will need to be, those have been up for, I want to say, close to 4 to 5 years. So those will need to be replaced as well, all throughout the county. We got firewall on there, and that's our 2 main firewalls that protect us from the outside world. So we're gonna replace those, and then the one that says the edge equipment, those are our switches, just in general networking gear, just replacing those as they become end of life. And now at the bottom there, I've got audio visual for, basically it's for public meetings. So this is kind of where we didn't really know with COVID, where we were going to go with public meetings. So, if the governor does not extend his rules at the end of April, then technically we all can come back in a room and meet, but I think we would still want to do some social distancing. So some of that equipment is if we have to outfit a 911 meeting room or something like that for commission meetings and other meetings like that, so.
Okay, so that wouldn't necessarily be for this room, that would be for some other.
Correct, yeah, we didn't want to tear this room up because we know eventually we'll come back into this room. So that was more to buy some microphones and audio equipment, just to go where we needed it to go as we held meetings, at 911 or at the ops center.
All right, thanks, Justin. Thanks to you and your department, and Jane, everybody for keeping us running through all this.
Thanks.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I'm back up. I really didn't mean to say cable TV, but internet service. For instance, on Vinegar Valley, I've got a constituent that's 400 foot off the main road, and cable people won't help them out.
Yeah.
Will this help that person?
Not per se.
Okay.
I mean, unless you had one of the utility companies willing to lease some of their fiber to internet service provider company. Again, we're not going to become an internet service provider for citizens.
Thank you. That answers my question.
I don't see why we shouldn't
Part,
become an internet provider.
potentially a solution for that would be whatever comes from the state in their broadband initiative. The American Recovery Act has a provision in there explicitly for broadband expansion into rural areas.
Thank you.
I'm excited.
I just want to say this, had we not 7 years ago, decided to do the IT modernization, when this COVID hit, we would have been in the same boat that a lot of other counties were in, because I talked to a lot of other mayors and that never could make the Zoom county commissions work, had no way of sending people home and letting them work from home. And we didn't miss a beat. I mean, our people that we were allowed to work from home, it was a quick and very efficient setup, and they were working from home and we were doing business. We never shut the door on the courthouse. We never turned the lights out. The commission, whenever we first started the Zoom commission meetings, and I'm just going to say that the commission did an absolutely amazing job, because I heard and I know you all did too. I heard horror stories from all over East Tennessee of what some of those meetings turned into, and they threw their hands up and couldn't make it work. But we had the mechanism in place to make it work, and we had the people willing to do it and work towards making it work. And as well as our budget meetings, our budget committee meetings and everything. I don't think we missed a beat on any of that. And there again, it may be because we're notoriously have had very strong commission chairs over the past 10, 11 years. And maybe that's the reason that it works so well. But anyway, anyway, and agenda chairs too. Although after that, although after the last meeting, that's up in question. There's some question to it after that last meeting. No, I just want to say IT has done the job that we've been able to do, and with Avera's help and Mike and AV and you and Jane, and whether y'all realize or not, I hadn't signed off on any of these retirements yet, and it does take my signature.
There you go.
It does take my signature. So anyway, but thank you, Justin, for everything that you and y'all are very strong. You are a benefit. The whole department is absolutely a tremendous asset for this county and the citizens. And I just want to tell you, thank you very much for everything you do.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank you and this body here, because you all have, it's great to work in a place that sees the benefit of technology. I mean, I've worked 20 plus years in local government in technology, and this by far has been, you all are in the best position IT wise in any place I've ever worked. So yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Veterans, Nathan, would you please come to the podium? How are you doing?
Doing good. Thank you for having me. We ready?
We're ready. Go for
Okay.
it.
My name is Nathan Weinbaum, and I'm the Blount County Veterans Affairs Officer. And although we work for the Blount County Commission, I actually report to what's called a Veterans Committee. And as you see on the screen, the members that it's made up of veterans organizations, our local Gold Star Mother, a Blount County Commissioner, and a member at large, which is also a veteran. Do I control the slides?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Our office has 3 full-time staff members. And I think Mark, who's been here the least amount of time, but he's over 5 years. So we have quite a bit of experience in knowledge and helping our veterans. Okay, so what do we actually do? We assist our local veterans and their dependents in filing VA benefits. We have what's called accreditation through the Tennessee Department of Veterans Services, the American Legion, and the Veterans of Foreign Wars. And what that accreditation really does is it allows us to help our veterans file their VA claims, health care, many different types of benefits you hear about, pension, DIC. And through filing those claims, some veterans may be eligible for what's called compensation or pension amounts, and which provides tax-free benefits to these veterans or dependents each and every month. So over the last, I think that starts in 2011, and that's actually when I started in Blount County. You can see how the amount of money that's come in each and every year has grown each year. And this is all tax-free money that goes to our veterans. And of course, the veterans that receive compensation can spend this money however they wish. So it really helps our economy if they choose to go to local restaurants or buy a car or whatever they decide to do with this compensation. Okay, so what do we offer? Experienced and dedicated veteran service officers. And we are actually trained every quarter by the Tennessee Department of Veteran Services. In the past, we would meet every quarter at a certain location, usually in Knoxville, or annually, maybe in Nashville. But with this past year, we do all of our training online. We have a good partnership with the Knoxville Vet Center. Melanie Hickman comes, and although this past year she has not come because of COVID, but she offers wonderful services for veterans that are struggling with PTSD or depression or any mental health situations. And she used to come once or twice a week and do individual counseling and group sessions of counseling. We offer a veterans food pantry. Thanks to the mayor for giving us a space near our office. We try to help our veterans in need that may be struggling to buy food or to pay their electric bills, that we can have some non-perishable foods for them if they need it. We have veterans parking at the courthouse, thanks to Mayor. We have a couple spots in the front and additional spots in the back where the elevators are. We've given out over 9,000 walking sticks through our office, and these sticks are made by one of our Vietnam veterans, Steve Newman, and we also give up plaques that he makes for our veterans, and it's been a really wonderful that we can give out these free walking sticks for our veterans. And then we have a Facebook page, Blount County Veterans Affairs, where I like to brag on our veterans and once a day or every other day. some of our accomplishments last year, and when I say our, not just our office, sometimes it's thanks to the Blount County Commission, my Veterans Committee, our local veterans organizations, and also Jerome Moon back here. So we named a road a Memorial Highway, the Captain Johnny Leon Bryant Memorial Highway, and this is located at the Tail of the Dragon. And Captain Bryant was killed in action in the Vietnam War. And so that was a wonderful dedication and to make sure he's never forgotten. We've also started giving out, it's called the Korean War Ambassador for Peace medals for our Korean War veterans. They have to show that they have the Korean Service Medal on their discharge or the United Nations Medal showing that they participated in the Korean War activities. And we've been giving out quite a few of those, even though those veterans are getting older, we're still trying to find them and present them with these medals. So that's a picture of the dedication. That's family members of Captain Johnny Leon Bryant when we dedicated the road at the Tail of the Dragon last year. And then here's a few of the Korean War Ambassador for Peace medals that we've given out over the last year. And we also give them out not only to the veterans, but to family members, their surviving spouses, if the Korean War veteran is deceased. So our goals never change. We always just try our best. Integrity, commitment, advocacy, respect, and excellence. We just try our best each and every day, whether we're helping a veteran with a phone call or if they actually come to our office. So, any questions?
Commissioner?
Nathan, I want to thank you. You know how sick my dad was. Monday or Tuesday this week, I went home, went by to check on him. He's in the backyard in his walker with his cutters, trimming on his trees. And, he couldn't get off his chair. And because of the support that your office gave and helped us, you changed his life, and I appreciate that.
Well, thanks for the nice words.
You fulfilled your mission with him, I promise you.
I don't have any questions, but Nathan, I too want to go on record as saying I am extremely proud of not only what this office provides, but for you and your integrity and your dedication. You never fail. You never fail to respond to people. You never fail to respond to questions. And I wish we could do even more for you than you're already getting, because that department certainly deserves it.
Thanks for that.
That's same from me, Nathan. I hear a lot from, my clients at the law office. They have nothing but good things to say about your office and you, and just thank you for the work you're doing.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you all. Nathan, you and I have lots of conversations, but I think from the very beginning, the one thing that we said is that we don't ever want our veterans in this county to ever think they've been forgotten. Mm-hmm. And this is their building and they're going to be welcomed here. And I know you gave me credit for it, but it was you and I together that on the parking and on the pantry and everything else is just coming together and with one goal in mind, and that's to serve our veterans. And, right. And you and I both know that we're thankful every day for every one of them that walks in this building.
Yep.
And just thank you for everything you and your staff do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. If anybody doesn't have an objection, thought we might take a break and maybe grab us something to eat if everybody's all right with that. Is that okay? Did you say you'd rather not, or what?
I'm flexible either way.
Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene the Budget Committee workshop. Next up will be the Health Department and Robert Schmidt. Robert, if you want to come up, please.
Yes. I assume the clicker's me. So I'm Robert Smith, the Blount County Health Department. I'm celebrating 6 years this May. It feels like I just started. Never anticipated that I'd be fighting a worldwide pandemic in the middle of that. I thought I'd be changing the hearts and minds of individuals' approach towards healthcare and what health meant to them. But it is what it is, and we do as we're called to do. So what the health department does, typically in a normal year when we're not fighting coronavirus and testing and vaccinating, we are blessed that we have one of the larger rural health departments in East Tennessee. We offer primary care to uninsured adults, so 18 to 64 individuals that don't have insurance. Then it's a full-blown doctor's office. A huge blessing to the community for us to offer that service. Then we have general clinic. That's kind of what you think of when you think of the health department. That's where we do shots, well child exams, child health screenings, communicable diseases, all those types of functions. Then we have family planning. We have a full-time nurse practitioner that offers family planning services to men and women in the community. We also offer WIC services, so that's women, infants, and children. That's a supplemental nutrition program that is funded by the federal government. Just in the benefits that we issue those families, about $1.2 million comes back into the local economy that's spent at grocery stores to redeem those vouchers. We also have a dentist on staff to see 10 care children. That service has also been impacted in the past year due to the limited access to the building, but another huge blessing to have in our community. And then health promotions. We have 2 full-time health educators. They go out in the community and just promote health and prosperity across the community. So what we've been doing in the past year since the last time I talked to everybody, COVID has kind of ruled our world, our domain. We've shut down half of Maryville on several occasions, sometimes on purpose, sometimes on accident, but we finally got into a rhythm now. So for a majority of the past year, fiscal year, we've conducted PCR testing for COVID-19. So that's the gold standard test to help individuals diagnose if they had COVID. We are now doing mass vaccination events. We were doing that at the health department. About a month ago now, we moved to the Foothills Mall, the old JCPenney's parking lot. Has been a huge blessing to us. We're seeing about 100 individuals an hour. So we're rapidly moving towards herd immunity as fast as we can. Some of the unsung things that we don't see as much in the news is we're responsible for COVID surveillance. So monitoring the number of cases we have in our community, case investigation where we'd call that person, see who they'd interacted with to just try to protect the community. And then community education. I quickly became the COVID expert. Had the luxury of operating and working with several community partners that historically I would not have worked with. It's given me an opportunity to work with a lot of private industry in the past year and have developed some really strong bonds with those individuals. So quick COVID update, and while it seems to be the only thing I can talk about anymore, these numbers are from April 5th, when Laura finally told me I had to submit a presentation if I was going to present one. We're at a total of 14,762 cases, so pretty big number. Currently on that day, we had 139 active cases. So that was individuals that have COVID and can potentially spread the virus. That is a huge decrease from where we were, as you can see on the graph to the right. That's about 1 in 1,000. At our peak, we're about 1.5 per every 100 people. So huge increase or huge decrease, huge improvement. We're averaging over the past 10 days, 11.9 new cases. But the number that was most reassuring to me is the number of new active cases. So that's how many people are rolling into active versus those that are rolling into inactive. It was actually a negative number. That shows we're going in the right direction in active cases. So our accomplishments for fiscal year 2021, and some of these numbers are for our whole community. The state reports out all vaccine administered. So on April 5th, we had vaccinated over 59,000 or administered 59,000 vaccines to 37,000 individuals, with 22,000 being fully vaccinated. So roughly 28% of the county population has had 1 dose. At the same time period, we've done over 86,000 tests with a peak activity of 1,500 active cases of coronavirus in our community. Now it's down to 139 active cases. That's attributed to testing, to monitoring, to case investigation, and mostly the vaccine. I really attribute that sharp decline to the vaccine being readily available to high-risk populations. The funny thing that I saw, this picture on the right of Melissa Metcalf, our nurse supervisor administering the very first dose out of the health department, that was on December 21st. Our peak activity happened to be that same day. So it's great to see that the vaccine is taking hold so quickly in the community.
That's Mike Surratt getting the shot, isn't it?
It is. Mike was tickled and pleased and then jumped at the opportunity. So very glad he could be one of the first. One of the biggest accomplishments, and just to brag on the team a little bit, was the move to Foothills Mall. We currently have some temporary contract workers to the Department of Health that are helping administer, but we also have the support of the National Guard. By the state and the National Guard stepping up, it's put very little financial burden on the county, has put a lot of management burden on them. The mayor was instrumental in making that move happen for me in his office, but we've been very blessed. We've got about a team of 20 over there every day, making sure that process goes well and smooth. So goals for the upcoming year, continue mass vaccination events. The more vaccine we can get out there, the better off we are. The ultimate goal for me is to be closer to a 70% mark of vaccination to try to achieve that herd immunity. Resume normal operations of the health department as cases continue to decline. If we continue that trend, I would like to begin to open my doors back up to the community to be able to get back to full capacity. Years prior to the virus, we'd see about 30,000 individual or new customers in a year. This year, they haven't even reported those numbers back out to me. So I really want to open the doors back up because that's still a need and a service that needs to be conducted. Resume efforts to impact tobacco use, substance abuse, physical activity, inactivity, and obesity. And then continue the partnerships throughout the county to address the pandemic. Been very blessed, like I said, to work with a lot of the private sector that I hadn't interacted with previously. I'm going to try to leverage those to improve public health in other areas as we work our way through the pandemic. So in terms of the budget, I didn't ask for any large increases this year, I didn't ask for any increases other than the salary increases. Part of that is due to time management for me. It's hard to put together a good request and great justification whenever we've been as busy as we are. The county and the county commission have always been very understanding when I've had a need at our department. So as things arise, I may be coming to commission over the course of the next fiscal year. That's all I have.
Have any questions for Robert? Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. Robert, everything that I've heard and the people who went through the process has been very thankful. And I took my in-laws and my parents through, and it was seamless. Thank you. Beautiful job.
Thank you.
You're great.
I've heard the same thing, Robert. You're doing a good job. But I had a quick question, since just because you're here, this isn't really budget related. But I had someone mention to me, and you may already be thinking about this, but has there been any thought given to doing like a remote vaccine clinic for like the outlying areas of the county where they're kind of hard to get to?
Yes, so the state does have a plan in place for that in the very near future. They're kind of terming it that come one, come all. Especially as the seasons change and we get into summer, there's a lot of festivals kind of further out in our communities. That is on our books. We're seeing such a high demand just at our one site right now that we don't want to sacrifice that shift already, but that is in the works to make sure that we are getting to the outlying areas of the county. It's just we're so densely populated in the middle, but yes, there is planning going on for that.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Excuse me, Robert, and I know it's too early, and I asked you this the other week, but they didn't get to hear your answer. Given what you've learned about telehealth and what the pandemic has taught all of us and how to change our normal into something that may even serve better, do you foresee that the health department might be able to expand on or their telehealth program and to have it to reach even more people than it has in the past moving forward. Is there any thought or plan toward that as it relates to your staff? Because you got a small staff. And so in order for you to be able to do some things that may be on the horizon, would like for you to speak to that just a little bit.
Yes, so telehealth, phone health, and then video health have both been discussed at length. We've actually had to transition some lines of business, like our WIC program. Those infants and mothers haven't had to come in the building in the past year. And I think that they enjoy that process. I think it's better customer service for them. It works better for my staff. So I anticipate there being a telehealth expansion great in that area. Once the feds kind of say that, hey, they've got to be back in person, there's going to be some form of hybrid where we can meet them where they are. When we switch to electronic medical records, we've got the technology infrastructure. All of our computers are equipped with cameras and mics, and so we have the hardware to do it. It's just the state policymakers deeming what's okay and what's secure in terms of like doing the family planning side or primary care side. There's been some pilots in West Tennessee for dental exams just because the scarcity of finding a dentist is so difficult in rural areas. So I anticipate that coming to our region as well. Because they're having a hard time finding dentists. We're blessed to have Dr. Word, who's been with us for 10 plus years now. But yes, I do see us expanding that area in order to stay viable.
And I had one budget related question in your line. I believe it's contracts, maybe. Yeah, contracts. That line item. What does some of that include?
Which
The
line?
96,000?
96,000? That's the appropriation that the county pays the state for us being there.
Okay.
So my total operating budget's close to 4 million. And that's what the county says that they'll pay. And typically if we have any special health promotion or health outreach, they'll let me hold some of that money back to pay for that into addition.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Robert, I want to say from day one, when this thing first hit and we started having phone calls, we didn't know what we were up against, or no one did. And I think you've been a real superstar in this. I think what you did with the health department and what you did about keeping the community informed and the working with our office, and there was not a day goes by that there was not some type of a state or CDC guideline update going on our website with you, with me, with the CDC to try to keep but even with all the panic that was going on, I know it was hard for people to kind of regroup and take a deep breath and focus on it. But I just want to say that you and your staff, and every time I've ever called you, it didn't matter if it was in the morning or in the middle of the night, with all the events that were going on, you were right there and on top of it. I appreciate you staff, appreciate you working with us, and just appreciate your cooperation and being a team player on all this. So thank you very much for everything you did.
Awesome, thank you. All right, we good?
We're done.
Awesome, I like it.
Now we're going to we're getting ready to cut your budget now, so let's go ahead. Dang, I should have left it on I should have ended it on the good note, didn't I?
No, it's been good here. Been blessed to be part of Blount County. Not every county's had that great working.
Yeah. 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 On some of the calls I was with the governor's office and every couple of days, and I'd be listening to those mayors going off on their health department directors, and the whole thing of things, I'd tell Amy, say, you want me to put anything in there? And I'd have her text that in the chat room. I'd say, our health department director has been outstanding. We've been able to do this, and this, but there was just all these, it was just like they were like this, the mayors and the health department directors were at war in some of these counties. And I'm like, man, I think this is pretty sweet. Me and Robert, we can make it work, that was pretty nice. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Robert. Thank you. Next up, industrial development. Bruce, is that you or, oh, Brian? Go ahead, Brian, if you want to.
Thank you, Mayor. To echo your comments for Robert, Health Department did an incredible job during COVID. Appreciate your all's support of them during that entire year. It's a challenge for everybody, but being the focal point for the business community, they were very accessible, real-time information coming out that we were able to get out to many of our industries and business leaders, and bragging on them when the pandemic really first started to hit. And we were one of the first communities in the state to even pull together the health department, all the different agencies to talk about this pandemic that time was happening in Washington State and New York and planning for it. So it was, they did a great job. Appreciate your all support through that. Before you, I think you've been given our annual report for 2020. Quite candidly, even in light of the pandemic, it's been a pretty strong economy for our community. I think you all have seen that in property taxes and sales tax generation and that sort of thing. Blount County has fared very well. Even with the pandemic, we continue to do economic development projects. Of course, we recently announced the Amazon project that we work very closely with this legislative body and City of Alcoa on, and there's many more opportunities coming our way. And I think in a few days, we're going to be making another announcement on another company. So the economy for this community remains very strong. We find ourselves continuing to be in a position of picking and choosing which really companies will help add to our economy and diversify. And so how we generate leads still comes from site consultants across the country. Our team is back out traveling, trying to find those projects that make the most sense for this community. You will see us do more partnerships with the airport. Aviation is a growing opportunity for this community with the regional airport here and the relationships that we have with Knoxville. So we see only extreme positive growth for the community. It has pushed us in a position of where we're getting involved in community development projects that will add to the fabric of the community. Predominantly the board and the partnership have been focused on entrepreneurialism and growing it and really focused on the business, but now really with the labor shortage, how tight labor market is in the entire U.S., the communities who are taking it head on, embracing who they are, and how do we become more attractive for a younger population to live in, grow in, or move to, it is pushing us to be involved in that. So some redevelopment projects that are happening downtown. You all work with us on the Soil Conservation District building, as that's related to the J&K building. There is more developments for downtown in Maryville, and then in Alcoa too. One of the big projects we'll be announcing in a few days is at Springbrook, and then you kind of see the retail opportunities there off of Robert C. Jackson that are opening up. So again, Blount County continues to do well, and a lot of our programming and focus is on workforce development. It has to be in community development. And Mayor, you've been out front the whole time of making sure our kids are trained properly to where the jobs that are coming down the pike, they're prepared for. And so we've got to make our community attractive where they want to stay home. And that's the biggest challenge we got when you've got Nashville or Austin, Texas, or Cincinnati, Ohio, or these other places they're going to. We've got to look at ourselves of how we're more attractive. And there's so many things that play into that. So we find ourselves in that conversation and pushing on projects that are more community development projects. But we got to have the labor. For us, we think we'll generate the projects just on all the success we've had, better part of 10, 15 years now. It's only getting more and more. So it's all about retaining quality talent. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have regarding us.
Anybody got any questions for Brian? Ms. Hannah?
I always have questions for Brian.
I know. Well, there's a lot of questions that are always around, Brian.
That is not what I meant. When you're talking about community development, Brian, and plans for that, are there any structured plans for that, or are they still more in the formulative stage, investigative stage?
So what we've been undergoing is we hired, there are two different consultant groups that are helping us think through what we need to have as a community to retain the young labor force. And we are, I would tell you 90%, well, no, 85% there regarding the reports. And from that, the partnership and the three boards, being the Tourism Authority, the IDB, and the Chamber, will come together and create a 5-year plan of here's what needs to occur. And in that will be a engagement with our elected officials also, and getting feedback and how they feel about this. And really, it's inclusive there. But, you know, we can't be all things to everybody. It becomes a report that's just nebulous. So we've got to be very strategic. And our focus right now is retaining our kids that we've got now and wanting them to stay here in Blount County. And then if we can't continue to fill just the jobs we have now, how do we become attractive also for the young talent that's looking for a place to move? Because there is an exodus from some major urban centers in our country to quality of life like ours. But there's opportunities out there. We've just got to be strategic how we do it. So to tell you, we're about 85% through the process, and we're at that point of starting to look at recommendations and engaging elected officials through
I'm looking forward to that announcement.
yeah. It'll be, you know, there's no quick fixes with any of this. Everything that appears to be coming forward is, you know, long-term goals. Some of it's aspirational, but at the end of the day, if you don't address it, we're only going to continue what we're doing now. And what's concerning to us is the young population in this community has been stagnant, and it's getting older, and we don't want to be a retirement community. And so for us, it is how do we evolve to be a place that our kids want to stay at?
Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else?
All right.
Brian, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the hard work that you and your staff do. And I think it speaks for itself when you look at the last 10 years and what you all have been able and we've been able to bring into this community, and jobs, businesses, and everything. And I think it's not just good, it's exceptional.
Well,
So
we're very thankful for that accolade, but it has only occurred because you guys have trusted. You all have allowed us to operate, and you've been engaged through the process. It really is a community. We're not here to beat our chest saying this is all us. It really is a community. We've not lost a sense of who we are as a community. And I think if we stay along those paths and be diligent in picking and choosing what we think is best, we're all going to win. It's a true partnership. I mean, if you didn't trust us to do what we do, you know, we're now around $3 billion in investment and thousands and thousands of jobs we're creating just in a short time span. So thank you all for that.
thank you, Brian.
Yep.
Next up, Highway Department. for it. Introduce yourself and tell us a little about yourself, and then
No, go
ahead, Jeff.
Jeff Hedrick, Highway Superintendent. All right, so we're going to start with Highway Department first. And we'll just go over some of the major things. Maintaining 900 plus miles of county road. Actually, now that we're starting to get our final roads list together, we look like we're going to be around 1,100 miles, actually. So we've added a lot in the past year. You can see all the main topics we have, paving, vegetation, tile crew, shop, construction, repairs, emergency repairs, things of that nature. 2021 accomplishments, launched new work order system in the fall, and a lot of bugs, like, there would be when you do something new, but by and large, they're starting to be few and far between. We figured out Wi-Fi outside on the yard and then around the building to where the guys with their tablets are actually getting their work orders and can complete them. So that's just things that you would expect. Obviously, like everybody else with COVID, it's been a struggle. But as it says, maintained, in our opinion, we think we've maintained the level of service that citizens expect even through the COVID crisis. Even through COVID, we've been able to continue certification for the crews, CDLs, drone pilots. We now, in our drone program, we have 3 fully licensed pilots that can work time legally on behalf of Blount County, not just the highway department, but we've shared with other departments. If you need us, we'll be there. And we've also been able to use those drones and hopefully trying to keep everyone up to speed. When you're spending $1 million on a roof, I think everybody's concerned, but the ability to get out of your office and your daily routine is pretty tough. So what we've done, and I think you've seen, is some of the drone footage and still pictures of the roof, done the final walkthrough. It's perfect. They've done a good job. And with that, eventually we'll talk about getting in the weeds of what we've done there at the Ops Center. That our newest drone shows heat loss or capturing it and doing better. And so that's what some of the drone footage showed, the before of a partial roof and all the heat loss, the new roof, and you see that's gone. So that's a big plus there. Added ADA compliant entryways and ADA customer window. So probably 5 years ago, there was little, if anything, that was ADA compliant. And so obviously there's some state and federal mandates that your offices better be, or they're going to come take care of it. So we worked hard over the last 5 years of trying to get touchless wands out front of the doors and inside touchless. We've just installed the window that would be ADA compliant to the height of a wheelchair. And we're continuing all the way around the building to try to we've had to redo sidewalks and ramps and things of that nature. So we're just easing around the building, trying to get that fixed. Again, a new roof complete, very nice. Now we're working on the next phase of the grounding grid system. Ops Center has never had a grounding grid system. So to all of you all, I'm sure you know what that is and how important it is. We identified it's not there, but the proper pattern here is to get the new roof on, and then we have a firm working on the grid system, and then additional generator backup for power failure. 21-22 goals, continue to increase response times in all areas. And that's tough. Sometimes you feel like you're doing better and you're getting way ahead. And then sometimes it feels like you struggle. I feel like the the new work order system and all those things that you all have helped fund and implement is helping there. Talk a little bit about, there's very, very few things, two things that we've really focused on that I'm not going to call them wants, I'm going to call them needs. I think that's two different ways of putting that. The new brush truck and the tractor will continue to lessen response times during storm events and mowing season. And I think that's two areas that we've been able the last 3 years to be very proactive. I don't want to jinx us. God forbid we have a storm and we work for 3, 4, 5 days again like we did several years ago. But we have been with long arms and the tractors and side mowers, we've been really laying back the right of ways. Brush truck, I guess you'd be more familiar with them in the city of Maryville. Yeah, I think they have 5 or 6. Talking with Randy, I know in Knoxville, they have maybe twice that many. That would just, it again would be another need to handle response time in the middle of the night, picking up brush. We have people that like to cut trees and drag it in the ditch line. And so when you do that, that's labor intensive, because if you try to put a bucket and get this brush out of the ditches, what do? You tear a yard up, you tear a ditch line up. Or the brush truck has that grapple that picks it up and loads it. And again, we feel like that would improve the efficiency. And I can say all the things that we have done, trying to be proactive, aside of snowstorms and flooding, it has decreased the overtime. 5 years ago, we were going out about every night, bringing people in overtime. And thankfully, that's not the case now. Even in these last few big storms, knock on wood, we had 2 or 3 trees. So that's the reason for that. Continue to enhance signage systems, stormwater drainage control, and paved roadways to ensure safe travel for the citizens of Blount County. Continue training to further enhance a safe work environment for employees and citizens. And again, we've been able to keep up certifications even during COVID. I feel like what we've done last year, and of course, your all's recommendation, basically gutted the budget and any needs or wants. So I think we've been very fiscally conservative. I think we've done it again this time. Partly due to COVID and the uncertain of what's going to happen there, and inflation and so on and so forth. But maybe a bigger variable, in my opinion, is the gas tax. And you all know, most people don't know, but you all know that 99.9% of how the highway department is funded off of gas tax. And, so on an average in the last 2 quarters, the state's down about 6.5 million. Now, we had done good up until then. And of course, Mr. Vineyard, I had the discussion, was we riding the wave of COVID checks, COVID money that got sent out. People still going, they was using that money. What does that look like when that doesn't keep going out? And I think that's what you saw in those 2 quarters. But that's concerning. So that again is probably the biggest directive for me of why we're staying pretty close to the cuff on money and what we're doing. However, I would like to say everything that we've done over the last 5 years with your all's help has been done very, I think, systematically. We've went from nothing but junk to first class. I think it's all stuff that was, again, needs, not wants. Hopefully everyone's seeing the fruits of those labor. But again, with your all's help and how we've directed this, we've done all that. But we're still somewhere in the range of probably $4.5 to $5 million in fund balance. I think that's pretty impressive. So that being said, I'll field any questions about highway.
Any of you have any questions? Commissioner, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just had a quick question about the state aid line. I'm looking at your revenue accounts, and it just looks like there's a lot of swings from year to year and differences with our budgeted amount. Is that just due to reimbursement timing or different projects?
Yeah, the project, it's not very well known that state aid, our pot, if you will, for state aid paving and state aid bridges fluctuates to how much we use. So we've been real aggressive with state aid paving, and so that decreases. But once again, numbers that you see changes because we as Blount County and the Highway Department, a state aid project, we got to fund every penny of it on the front end. Then once the state rides it and approves it, if it's by their criteria, we get that 98% back. So it's the 2% the citizens, but on the front end, we fund it 100%.
Okay. And then for the brush truck and the Macy Ferguson tractor, those are both on your additional capital request page, but they are going to be funded if we, out of the budgeted revenue. Is that according to this note?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
It says right here, both pieces of equipment are to be funded from budgeted revenue within the fiscal year 2022 budget.
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm that was covered by the revenue.
Normally, everything that he puts in for any of his capital, you've got the funding in your revenue to cover it, do you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Commissioner, you got anything that you'd like to ask?
I'm good. I'd like to tell you one thing. Appreciate everything your staff's done.
They work hard. We got a lot of good folks.
Blount County's, our roads are better and of course that creates safer place to drive and transportation. And I know it's been tough with the storms and things. People appreciate the job y'all done, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Hannah? I'd just like to echo a little bit of what Tom said. It's, I think your group, your department has absolutely, of course, it sounds redundant. I said the same thing about Robert in the health department, but that's just the way, you do business the way we do business in Blount County, and it's the best for the best, and that's just the way the highway department does business. And you're talking 1,100 miles of roads and I have no idea what the new population is going to be, but I mean, there's probably been no change in probably miles of roads or number of population in any one span like we're seeing in the last 5 to 6 or 7 years. So I appreciate everything that your crews do, your people do, and the county is looking a whole lot better because of it. I'll just tell you, it makes the county look better every day, just the work your all's people do. So anything else, anybody? Okay, we'll move on. Recycling.
All righty. Okay, and I'll just go through a few of the things there that we're showing on recycling. Obviously see some of the accomplishments collected 67,944 pounds on an average month, single stream, cardboard, newspaper, hazardous waste. Here we go. Our goal is to add a glass recycle processing plant to better serve the citizens of Blount County and address the number one complaint that we have at the recycling center. Well, that's a no for all you guys. I'm sure you've all heard it, and it's anywhere I go, it doesn't come up about development. It doesn't come up about highway. It's recycling. And when are you going to add the glass mill? So, so that's obviously out there. I don't know. Again, much like highway, I don't want to put a bunch of stuff in there because quite frankly, I think, although it be disappointing what I see earmarks for the 25.81 million federal money, I can't use it for paving, I can't use it for bridges. That's very disappointing. However, I think I see some avenues in that money to where we can pay for some things with that money instead of taking it out of fund balance or adding it to the budget. And that's the same goal here in recycling. I think with that, we have a shot of maybe purchasing the glass mill in that. And maybe along with the 200 million that the state's still working on. So that's where my goal is going to be, is finding grants and COVID money to pay for some of this stuff instead of the taxpayers. But that's the big question on the glass mill, and any thoughts or help that you all may have of funding that. I think it's huge, could be good for Blount County, absolutely. Some of it is self-serving because the glass we'll crush, we'll turn it into a 3/4 chip or aggregate. We'll use it for pipe bedding. Can use it some for some shoulder stone, use it some for lay down areas to keep the mud down. So yeah, is that self-serving? And then of course we've realized over the past 90 days, we can change that screed and turn it back to its original state of sand. And so here again, you all afforded us the vision of doing our own striping. So in that striping, you notice it reflects. Well, what's in there? Glass beads. So we're going to use those glass beads in our striping if we get to do the glass mill. But not only that, but to go forward monetarily, I think it's an avenue for Blount County to generate money because I feel like when it catches on, in the money that we projected with the glass mill is also some highly sophisticated scales. And so with that being said, hopefully we get to the position, we sell it to Maryville, Alcoa, and Knoxville, and all are asking, when is it going to get started? And we'd just be interested in selling. So I think initially when the glass mill thing started, it was just, everybody thought it was going to be free and they could bring it and so on and so forth. Not the case. But we have Knox City, Knox County, all of those surrounding counties they probably call weekly. So that's how high the interest is. However, I've been very transparent with them that when we start off, we're going to serve the citizens of Blount County first. If we're inundated, I'm not taking their glass. If it looks like we're doing good, then we'll systematically, I think what we would do was Mayor and Randy and whomever, we sit down and see how we want to do that with other counties and how that would look and the revenues that it could bring and where they go. So that's kind of the biggest deal on recycling. I think everybody's very happy. I'm not on Facebook, but I'm told repeatedly that all you see on Facebook or you hear people talk about is when's the Big Springs recycle area going to open? And I understand that. And of course, COVID's, property secured. I've got that done. We've got the list of materials. Obviously, we can do all the work in the house. But again, it's money. And we're in uncertain times. So that's also swirling with recycling. And we also, Commissioner Stinnett and myself, we heard that in the solid waste board meeting 2 weeks ago. That was a pretty big topic, but it was also a big topic of how Blount County's recycling has been a huge success in the years that it has put on the landfill of saving it for Blount County. So, I think that's pretty important. I think what are we at? 63 years? Is that accurate?
up to 63 years. The issue we have though is running up tipping fees because people are not going across the scales of putting them in your recycling bins. So
That's that double edge that we did hear about in that meeting with Kelly, and it was kind of interesting. I hadn't heard about it till the meeting. But therein lies some of the tipping fees because we're getting a lot of people at the recycle. So it's good and bad, I guess.
But for the health of the county and the health of of that landfill, the recycling, and I'm like you, Jeff, I bet you for every 3 conversations I have in this county, 2 of them are going to be about recycling. Either they like it, that's what they love. That's a Saturday that they all get loaded up. They go to our recycling bin. But and then the question, when are we going to do the one on Big Springs?
Yeah.
But I mean, you'd think in all the conversations, and you know as well as I do, that you have about roads or dogs or whatever, you'd be more and more diverse, but it's 2 out of 3 is about recycling. That's just the way, that's the nature of society right now. So
It absolutely is. That's correct. I agree with that. And one other real quick thing, just so you know, there's been people talking about, well, with COVID, you've probably went from averaging 250 cars a day at your recycle center. It's probably 300-400 now. Just so you know, we're still, knock on wood, we're handling the people. The numbers have stayed the same as far as people and cars. But the interesting thing is the volume of material has gone up because they've taken their recycling at another level where they're cooped up at home and cleaning their garage out. So material's gone up, but the flow hasn't.
Mayor, I think what most citizens don't understand is recycling costs money.
Yes.
It's not free. And when it's like Big Springs, when folks in my district start talking to me about it, and I try to explain to them, I said, guys, people don't want your glass. There's things they don't want that we want to recycle. And we have to pay to take it someplace. So just lots of citizens don't understand the cost to recycle.
Thank you, Mr. That's a very valid point. And I think if you'll think back to the first time I spoke to this body when we started recycling, is I said, if we could be revenue neutral, I'd turn cartwheels. And because as I watched and studied and viewed other places that was doing it, it's tough. And those commodities, I mean, initially we were doing real well with clean cardboard. That's dropped. Clean newspaper, that's dropped. So my hopes with the glass recycling mill, if you put those together, we're past, we're making money. And that would be my goal, because it's very disturbing when you run something and it loses money. But we knew that on the front end. And I'll say this to go along with that. Again, it's a huge topic. People love it. And I think you did the right thing by pushing it and us doing it. But if you did away with it,
oh, no,
it wouldn't be good. I'll just say that.
We'd have Curtis and them would have to stand in my office.
Yeah.
And yours too.
Amen.
But let me say, let's go back, and I understand that recycling does cost some. But look at the extension on the landfill. Do you imagine in 63 years that this community trying to find land in this community to build a landfill? Yeah. And the neighbors that are going to, everybody knows we need a landfill. Nobody wants it within 5 miles of their house.
Nope.
The investment we're paying now, so they don't have to pay later. I mean, it's just the way it works sometimes. that what we've got going and what Jeff's got going and the glass mill and the Sandy Springs or the Big Springs. Yeah, is it going to cost us? Yes, it is. But my gosh, what's it going to save us in 63 or in 50 years? I mean, I just think, it's that, what is it? You pay me now, you pay me later.
Sure.
I mean, that's what recycling is.
Yeah, I agree. And how do you, Kelly's kind of helped me back into it some. And I think in her estimation, which I think is fair, that recycling on Levi has probably added 6 to 7 years to the life of the landfill. Now, what do you tag to that monetarily, yearly, of the savings, the landfill? Yeah, I don't know what that would be, but I think it's probably outrun what we lose a year.
It has to.
That'd be my opinion.
We may not see it now, but I promise you in 60 years, they're going to look back and go, my God, they saved us for, 50 years and say, we're not having to build a landfill. What would the cost be and what would the kickback be from the community?
Well, and it's not, I'm not up here to talk about the landfill, but to go along with what you're saying, that 63 years and the meeting that Commissioner Stinnett and and the board were on, first of all, it's unheard of. And most people don't know it, but what you're seeing across the country is landfills being given to some entity and they're just coming in to close it down. Is that accurate? And it's happening a lot and most people don't know it. And that's such a good operation. In 63 years, most people are sitting on 15 or 20 at most, I'd say.
Yeah. With that being said, Mayor, when you see Kelly and the city of Alcoa, when I left that meeting the other day, I went up and down the street of Jeff, I can't recall the name of the street.
Long Power.
I'm sorry?
Long Power.
Yeah. Anyway, well, all those people they packed up here about 2 years ago when we was buying that property to move the office and stuff.
To your point that nobody wants it.
And all those folks, every one of them that I spoke to that day,
that's right,
were very appreciative of the effort that the landfill and the city of Alcoa went through.
They were over on Sparks Lane.
Yeah, Sparks and the road out there.
He stopped that morning after our meeting and visited with those citizens that were up here against it.
They're satisfied and they thought that the landfill did everything possible to make their situation better.
If I may tag something onto that we need to work on, and you all can think about it, or you can think about how we need to handle it. And no size, shape, or form do I want to be hard on a small local businesses. However, and I think you can ask the sheriff, his litter crews, and I brought it up in the board meeting, we have to fix some sort of mechanism, like when you come out of the quarry, well, if you come out of the quarry, your tarp is on, or you don't come out of the quarry. We have to figure out some way that these garbage haulers are tarping their trucks, because I see it, everybody sees it, my folks out mowing sees it. They're not tarping it, and it's all kind of garbage in the ditches. And we have 1,100 miles of road to mow, both sides, 4 times a year. I can't ask them to get off that tractor and pick up every piece. Well, you know what happens to it? It's shredded. However, we've got a good plan. The sheriff's litter crew stays in communication with us, try to stay 2 weeks ahead of our zones that we're mowing. But it's still not enough. But if they had just tarped their trucks and we had some mechanism to, a lot of them is going to say, well, I don't have a tarp, period. I'll have to go spend $500. So I don't know. That's a topic for later. But
so the quarry, that's state law that the dump trucks have to have the tarp.
That's correct.
Is there not a law on the garbage trucks having to have a tarp on them?
Great question. I don't know, and I need to look into that. I think somebody asked that, Greg, or somebody did, didn't they?
I had always thought there was some type of a.
That did come up, but I have not looked into it, but I will.
That is a big concern.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions on recycling? All righty. Jeff, want to go into planning and development?
All right. basically, the first sheet there of what we do, planning, land use development review, environmental health, stormwater, zoning, codes, a lot of stuff. I guess the biggest sheet I like is the FY 2021 accomplishments. And the reason why, I think you can see some numbers, some percentages. So is it somewhat driven by all the activity and everybody moving to Blount County, it seems like? Yes, somewhat. However, we, I guess, took the bull by the horns, so to speak, and dealt with some uncomfortable topics on back that hadn't been addressed in probably 12 to 13 years. But it was, when I took over development, it was so glaring to me, the money that was being left on the table by not incrementally over the years staying up to pace with proper permitting fees. And so we went that whole period of time and nothing had been addressed. So we had a lot of ground to catch up and did it. Yeah, it's pretty substantial, but I wasn't trying to push big government down on the local people, and we were just trying to do what was right for all of Blount County. And so I think a big product of what you see of these numbers is getting that in line. And we matched it almost completely with other counties across the state. Environmental, to use the state, $500. We're $400. So we tried to keep some things down and keep them in check. Now, as we go along in the future, we'll try to stay current to where you don't have one big 13-year adding on. And so I think that was a little bit of a heartburn. And of course, we got up to 18 codes, and I just felt like that was two moves that needed to be made. Was it tough and uncomfortable all the time? Probably, but it needed to be done for financially the welfare of Blount County and make development sustainable and protect the citizens. So COVID again, it's been tough. We've had to split the staff up. We've had to separate in rooms. We've not had people delivering stuff into the office. They in the hallway, they deliver it to one room, and Karen and her staff put all the drawings and stuff in the room, and it's what we call cooks under a UV light, and then we touch it the next morning. So through all this, I think we've handled it as best we could. We kept everybody going. We didn't have an increase in staff. We just made it work. And oh, by the way, a lot of people lose this sight. We took, Maryville turned the urban growth boundary over to us. And we inherited 3 or 4 subdivisions that we were married to with that situation. And it's been a lot of work, I'm not gonna lie. But I think we've handled it. Our staff, our people, we got good folks. I think they've handled it very well. Do people want plats and things? They want it quicker and turned around quicker? Absolutely. But there's just certain processes you go through, check marks, because we're going to grow. I'm looking at a 320 lot development plat, an 824 and a 265 already that they're setting on go. So I think we can't get ahead of ourselves. It's coming. And it's going to happen, but I think we got to do it first class and do it right. And the first time you don't hold somebody accountable and you set that precedence, then we don't need a development department. So that's 21 accomplishments again. You can read, some of the stuff that we did. Successfully adapted nearly every aspect of our day of operations and kept the staff for the most part healthy. We had leased trucks initially. That's a awful business proposition. Didn't have a choice. Didn't have any money, didn't have any vehicles that would run more than 30 minutes. So we leased trucks and thanks to you all and your help. And I think systematically, again, the way we did things, all seven of those trucks are paid for. There's no leased vehicles in highway, no leased vehicles in development. We get to appointments on time instead of pulling off the road to let it cool off for 45 minutes. Or no defrost, and you have to hold your head out the window. That's where we were 5 years ago at development. We couldn't even get to do inspections, first of all. So I think it's come light years.
Mayor, Jeff, I'm looking, it says 521 new dwellings. I'd seen a figure at 650 or something. Does that, for instance, down on Robert C. Jackson, all those new condos and stuff, are those counted as one dwelling? I mean, is that counted as one permit or?
How you count that, Chris?
If it's a duplex or a townhome, we don't count that as a single family, just because that's not how the census wants it related to them. So we do our numbers the way the census.
So that 521 doesn't count those? So, okay, that's what I was thinking. Okay. So there's a lot more than 521 new units. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner, you had anything? Ms. Hannah?
I like the look of the recycling center, though. It looks really great over there, and you take real good care of some of us when we come. So I'm happy to have it.
We try to. Thank you.
Jeff didn't introduce his young ladies he brought, Susan and Karen. I wanted to make sure that they got recognized because as in my office, you make him look very good. I just want to let you all know that.
You know what, Mayor? I'll take that scrutiny versus a short joke. Thank you.
No, I know how it works. You know as well as I do how that works. I want to say this. This planning and development in the real world actually falls in the mayor's office. And it's probably falls under my, and initially it did fall under my responsibilities. But I'm gonna tell you, that along with the other 14 things, and I'm not taking anything away from the fact that when Jeff and I talked about this, and he agreed to take this over, he didn't have to. As a matter of fact, he was probably the only highway superintendent in the southeastern United States of America that would have even sat and listened to me ask him to do that. But he did take it over, and he's turned this thing. He was the right person at the right time to make the right decisions, because growth, when it kicked in 5 or 6 years ago, he was the right person to make all of this happen to where it's went very, very smooth. If you talk to the developers out here, if you talk to the builders out here, you know, they're going to tell you, my gosh, we do business all over in all the counties around here. Nowhere does it run any better than what we have in Blount County. And it goes right back to Jeff and his staff and what he's done. Sitting at the courthouse, it is hard to run a department this big that has this many moving parts. And the fact that he was there, this is the world. I mean, this is Jeff's world. I mean, this is what he knows this as well as he does anything. And it was a perfect fit. And I just want to say this, you know, this would not be happening if he hadn't agreed to take this on, because he sure as heck didn't have to do that. And did not have to do that at all, but he did. And he didn't just take it on, he embraced it. And between that and the recycling and the 100 other things he's got going on as the highway superintendent, that's the reason it works. This is Jeff's baby, and he's very proud of it, and he should be. And he's got good people in there, and we stand to gain so much by the fact that it works so well down there. So I just want to say thank you, Jeff, I don't know whether everybody has the whole concept of how this works, but I do, and I appreciate you and what you do and your staff and everybody else for the hard work they put into it. Because that's what makes it work, you know.
You know, I appreciate that, but if I could add to that, and you wasn't in here, you had to go to a meeting, but the group that we spoke to last week, what you're seeing with highway recycle and development, you won't see across the state of Tennessee, okay? And I'm not gonna sugarcoat it or lie about it. Our TOSHA, our highway president, when I took that over, thought I'd absolutely lost my mind. However, in the last 10 months, they call me daily, where he has other counties calling. How can we do what Blount County's doing? Because we've come to realize all that works together. Whereas in the past, development, you stay in your corner highway, you don't talk to development and so on and so forth. They didn't talk, but that's why you've ended up with some products in Blount County, quite frankly, you've ended up with. Concrete driveways half out in the drive lane and tile not even in the flow line of the ditch. And so now they're calling saying, how do we get set up like that? It's just not that simple, but you know, you and I started that conversation 10 years ago.
You did,
So
and,
anyways.
and I remember, yeah, but even before, Rodney, who's who is over the highway superintendents, he asked me one time, he was sitting we may have been in a hospitality room, so I'm not gonna say where we was at, but he just looked at me, he said, how in the H did you ever talk him into doing that? And I said, well, we've been having this conversation because we knew it would be a great way to become proficient and be good for the developers and the builders. And we knew it would, and we both agreed on it. And when we got to the point we were there, it just fit in place and it's worked. Now, like you say, Jeff, now everybody wants to know how we're doing it. But it works out very well. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff.
Who's up next?
Oh. I think it's the mayor. I think we're gonna cut his pay.
Amy.
Huh?
Smart. Hey. You've been waiting all day to use that one, haven't you?
All day.
Did it bother you off? I just stayed right here and did this.
That's fine.
Huh?
You okay if we don't pay attention?
That would be great. Matter of fact, it would help me out a lot if
I
you
got
would.
a crick in my, I can't turn that way to look at you, Ed.
You mind if I just sit here and do this presentation?
No.
Okay. Since that way Amy can use the podium. You don't mind if I stay here to do the presentation, do you? What happened all of a sudden that made you put the mask on?
I'm cold.
Oh,
His nose is falling off. I ain't worried about the virus. I'm trying to stay warm.
you think it's cool? I think I'm going to do this from right here. Will that work out? Okay. Next up is the mayor's department, which is the mayor's department itself. And if you've got the budget slide, although there are many departments that fall under the mayor's office budget is always usually pretty simple in comparison to some that you'll hear. My budget will cover myself, the executive assistant, Amy, administrative assistant, Megan Robertson. And then we have a small operational budget for the business we handle for the county. As with other elected officials, my salary is set by state statute. My departments have shared their respective budgets and given details of what they are responsible for. And here's a list of which county departments report directly to the mayor. Can we get that departments there? Okay. I also have to brag on my department heads and how conservative they manage and approach each day with their budgets, as well as the day-to-day operations. They go above and beyond what is required of them, while doing so while being very mindful of fiscal responsibility. Throughout my time as mayor, I want to say that my department heads have always made tough decisions, and any decision I ask of them, they've done it each and every day without complaint. This year, I'm exceptionally proud of my departments for stepping up and continuing to provide an excellent quality of service to our citizens of Blount County. You may recall that this time last year, we were unsure what our revenues would look like due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And for fiscal 2021, our department heads were asked to maintain the same budget they had requested in 1920 without any increases, and maybe even reducing their budgets in preparation for the unknown. That thought has brought us to our accomplishments from 2021. I'm very proud of our elected officials, our department heads, and employees for handling the many challenges of COVID-19 with strength, efficiency, and focus on continuing to provide a vital service for our citizens' need when they visit the courthouse. This courthouse is never closed, and our departments have worked to ensure that our citizens could continue to access the resources and services they needed. As you all know, we received a 5th consecutive clean audit for our fiscal year 2020 budget, and to receive 5 clean audits in a row is unheard of. I'm not aware of any other county that has achieved this accomplishment throughout the country. Finally, we were able to use some of the CARES Act funding to begin construction on a new ADA-approved elevator, and this new elevator will make our building more accessible to all our citizens, and we're excited for this project to be completed. In fiscal 21-22, we want to continue the goals of progress and excellence that we have seen in 2020 and other past years. Our goal is to always provide the best services to the citizens of Blount County. Since I took office 11 years ago, one of my biggest goals has been open government and transparency. We will continue to maintain this transparent government with transparent operations for all our citizens as long as I am the mayor. If you look at the budget there, the increase, I guess, is just salary increases for the step, correct? And there is not money in there. Is the money, the state did not give the elected officials a raise this year, did they?
The increase is for the moving, once the census is certified, Blount County will move to the next tier of population, which increases compensation. And that'll be the tier 125,000 to 149,999. But you're right, there is no percentage increase.
Right. Before I move on, does anyone have any questions on the budget? Okay, now I want to talk to you about a new capital project and improvements to the Eagleton Ballpark fields and facilities. In front of you, you see the Eagleton Ballpark slide. These improvements have been discussed for a long time, but recently a proposal was presented to us that will accomplish this using artificial turf infields, meet ADA requirements, state-of-the-art facilities, which also includes 2 dedicated fields for the Eagleton College and Career Academy for a girls softball and boys baseball. This will be a total facelift of the entire Eagleton Ballpark. And what this will turn this into is a sports complex. This sports complex, like this, or anything like this, does not exist in Blount County and would have a tremendous impact for all of Blount County, especially the East End, the Eagleton, the area towards Pellissippi there. This would give them the ability to have 40-plus tournaments, closer to 46 tournaments a year, bringing in teams from all over the country. It's estimated that this complex would bring in between 10 and 11 million. This is being, I think, very conservative, 10 to 11 million in tourism revenue annually. But it's not just about the economic impact. This is an incredible opportunity for entire community development on the East End and in the Eagleton area. It's not just ball fields. It's not just school improvements. It's a way, I think, to enhance and change and improve the entire fabric of this community out in, I'm talking Eagleton, Rockford, Topside, the whole area out in there, that that this could really have a positive impact on. We have an incredible opportunity with this complex because this could be a premier sports complex for the entire East Tennessee region. As I mentioned, this project goes hand in hand with what the school department's plans are for the Eagleton College and Career Academy. I've spoken on numerous occasions with the school superintendent, Rob Britt, and the school board chair, Robbie Kirkland, who have been in meetings with us concerning this, and as well as some of the other things that are going on with the Eagleton Academy. This gives us an opportunity to be excited about something that will not only work for our community, but also our schools and our kids in this area. And hopefully this should give all Blount counties an opportunity to be proud of their community and what we're doing for this community. Does anybody have any questions at looking at the complex itself? I will say that, you know, a lot of my life was spent in these grounds right here. And one of the things that I'm glad that we're able to see is that we're going to be able to at least keep a lot of the fields. There is some movement of fields, but the two fields, the Eagleton Little League field and the old minor league field, will stay basically in the same location. This will move the high school baseball field over and put it in the corner where the old elementary school used to be. But I think the expanded parking, the expanded ADA compliance in our restrooms and all of our facilities, the turf field, it gives them an opportunity to play whether it's wet or not wet. Rain does not, unless it's storming, the rain does not impact the playability of these fields. So I think that this is a great opportunity for this Eagleton area and for Blount County.
Who's Mayor?
Yeah.
Whose budget will this fall into?
Blount County government budget. Okay. You want to talk to that, Randy?
Our thinking is that if we get the guidance that we think we're going to get on the American Recovery Act, we think that this would qualify as a community and economic development project under that statute.
Okay, thank you. And do we believe that there's enough parking, you know, since we could perhaps access from the school side? Because that's a major.
Well, there's no school side there. We're away from the school. That's you're looking at Main Road or Depot that goes beside it there. That's a church.
Okay.
There's a fence there. That church,
you can't
access through the church.
Would we need to get any kind of permissions from all the people that live around here for this kind of heavy traffic?
No, I mean, it's going to be, they're already having tournaments out there. They can just, they have them during the hot season. All we're going to be able to do with the artificial fields is get it when it's cooler and when it's rainier.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think they had 30-something tournaments last year.
So this would enable them to be able to double it?
Probably 30% more.
Okay,
But it's already, these are already Eagleton fields.
I'm excited about it.
Yeah.
Mayor, I'm really excited about it, but I do have a request as someone who spent a lot of time on the bench and in right field. If we could make sure the dugout benches are a little more comfortable, I think that would serve our kids well.
We can do that. We can do that, yeah.
I think it'd be a real boost to the whole area.
I'm thinking a real boost, even commercially down on Knoxville Highway and all the way up to
On
the.
both sides.
I do. I think so too. Tom, you have any comment?
It's right there in my neighborhood. My first house was right there, and I play every day.
Well, I played a lot of ball there, and I'm one of those people that grew up in Eagleton, and I still live in Eagleton, as far as I'm concerned. You know, I still live in the house I grew up in, and this community's, I've been very blessed by this community and that everyone from within 4 or 5 miles of the center of this, from this, have impacted my life growing up. So feel very, very fortunate. I think this is a real win-win for this area out here. And the thing is, we're talking that tournaments are only Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So Monday through Thursday, we would love to see a Little League like it was growing up, an Eagleton Little League that do Monday through Thursday, which is basically kind of what we did, you know. And for those kids that don't travel, that aren't on these teams that go, because that's the new thing, you know, this travel stuff. So it's, but everybody can't do that. I mean, I couldn't have ever done, if I'd have been a kid, I'd have never, we never had the money to go travel on that kind of stuff. But anyway. Any other questions, anything? Well, that sure did go really well, I thought. Thank you. All right. I hope the next presentation goes that smooth. Come on. Don't you, Rob?
Oh, me too. Yes, sir.
Thanks for queuing that up, Mayor. I appreciate that. Let me say if I can, just briefly, as I get into the school's budget presentation, as a parent of a travel league baseball player, my oldest son, we were all over the Southeast, and we played in a lot of parks like this, especially in the state of Georgia. And I spent a lot of money down there that I would have loved to have spent right here in Blount County. So glad to see this. This is what an outstanding opportunity for our young people in this community, and as well as the economic impact that it's going to make, as a lot of families will be attracted to our place here in Blount County and play ball out there and enjoy that. And that's just exactly what we need here in that community. I think especially to revitalize that community. It's a strong community, and it goes right along, dovetails right along with what we're trying to do with the Eagleton College and Career Academy, grades 6 through 12. So thank you, Mayor, for your vision and your support in doing this. I think it's going to have great value. And also so you know, our middle school and high school baseball and softball teams will be playing at this facility. So it is a shared facility. And so it will have more than just a tournament and Little League, but it will also be our school, our home to the Eagleton College and Career Academy Royals baseball and softball teams. So I think that's another added part of that. As I start my summary of the presentation for our school budget, I do want to tell you that and publicly thank all of our teachers and principals and custodians, school nurses, bus drivers, all of our staff in the Blount County schools, and I know that you will be proud of them too. When you consider that 1 in 4, 25% of the nation's students have not been in school one single day since last March. So almost over a year, 25% of the nation's students haven't been in in-person classes. And we began school in Blount County on July the 30th of this year. And we've been in school every day with the exception, I think, of 3 days due to COVID-19. And I think 3 days because of inclement weather. That's pretty good. It's outstanding. And we weathered that bad spike that we had in November and December. We spent, even though it was difficult to staff our schools, our teachers rallied and they did all that they could. Everything from high school and middle school folks would sometimes go to the elementary and sub so that they could get through the day. Our folks just adapted and did whatever they needed to do to make this work for our kiddos. So really happy about that. And I just wanted to share that, that with you. In our strategic plan, we have 3 main areas that we're focused on, which is effective instruction, excellent culture, and equipped students for the 21st century. And we have a set of goals around those. And I think everything in our budget will rotate around all of those areas. And so before you today is a summary budget, which we presented to the board in a work session last week. They also will have another board work session on April the 15th. And then they will have a special called board meeting on Thursday, April the 22nd, to discuss and approve the 2021-22 budget, which we will then send over here for your consideration and approval. Today, we're sharing our school's operating budget, 141, which you have a summary page, and also our capital improvement budget, 177, and our plans for that during the school year of 2021-2022. We are excited to present this proposed budget. It has a lot of enhancements and a lot of the funds are aligned to our goals and helping our schools progress and get better. Our operating budget 141 features 3 main components: compensation and benefits, operating costs, and then use of fund balance for one-time, non-reoccurring expenses, mainly focused on building infrastructure for the Eagleton College and Career Academy, and then a few other items there as well. And all of those are listed on your summary page. We have our revenue source listed there at the bottom, but I want to point out that we do not have an estimated number for our BEP, which is our state funding yet. It's my understanding that it's held up this year because of some legislation that is there related to BEP hold harmless, which basically essentially says we're going to fund school systems in the state of Tennessee based on the prior year's ADM as opposed to this year's ADM. Part of the reason why that's important is because 130 out of 146 school systems had a decline in their enrollment this year in their ADM due to COVID-19. I spoke to our executive director of TOSS today, who is in Nashville monitoring that bill, and that bill passed out of, I think, a Senate Education Committee meeting today. So it is expected to be approved. That said, we still don't have an estimate, but we hope to have that here before the end of April. We do expect to submit a balanced budget to you for your consideration and approval. And so although you'll see a gap today in the revenue and the appropriation. We do expect when we resubmit this to you, approved by the board, that it will be a balanced budget. Our capital improvements and 177 budget, the vast majority of our 177 budget is dedicated to Heritage High School and William Blount High School's renovations and upgrades, with the exception of a small portion dedicated to finishing up Phase 2 of the Eagleton College and Career Academy with a science lab and bleacher replacement in the old gym. And we'll go over all of that for you today. We've also provided for you a document titled 2021-2022 Capital Projects that feature 3 funding sources on there, which include 141 fund balance for non-reoccurring one-time expense. Also, 177 is included in that. And then, of course, our 142 ESSER funds, which is basically, I don't know what that acronym is, but it's our CARES Act money that we get from the federal government, which, I can answer questions about that as we go through this. But some of that money can be used for capital infrastructure. And so you're going to see us using some of that money to help us. We thought it would be helpful to see a complete list of all 3 of these funding sources working together for our capital improvements across the district for the 21-22 school year. So I'm going to call upon Troy now to come and basically go over our budget line item with the, and I'll be interjecting at times, especially as we get to the Eagleton College and Career Academy and talking a little bit more about that as we go. Troy?
Yeah, I'm all right now.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Mayor, good. Thank you. Let me first ask if you have any questions at this point, if you want to interject anything right now, or if you'd like me to go through this a little bit more detail. Okay. Let me just highlight some of the things that are specific in the summary document that's up on the screen in Fund 141. As Mr. Britt mentioned, the first area of some key increases is on compensation and benefits. What we have proposed in this draft budget, so at this point, is a 3.6% increase on the base for teachers on their certified salary schedule, including a step raise. And on the classified or the non-teacher personnel, we have included a 5% increase on their base, which would bring the lowest minimum hourly rate up to $10.71 an hour. That also includes a step increase for those employees as well. And then lastly, our administrator group, which includes principals and central office administrators, is the same base increase as teachers at 3.6% on the base for those folks. We do have, we're picking up a full year of last year's health insurance premium increase. So we're increasing our budget to pick up that increase for the additional 6 months. We are trying to increase our substitute teacher pay by 8.5%, which equates only to $5 a day more per substitute. So we've added that in there. And then the last thing is related to the Eagleton College and Career Academy with respect to the athletics high school programs and the different sports teams that they have, providing the coaching supplements that are necessary for that, equivalent to the same supplements that the coaches get at the other high schools. That is also included in this budget. A couple of operating cost areas that we've got some increases on in maintenance. That's specifically around garbage pickup and contracted mowing. Our costs have gone up based on competitive bids in both of those areas. So I'm trying to collect that and budget for that next year. And then the other one is a 4% increase on the contracted pay for bus transportation. And that includes regular ed and special ed buses. And then the next section is use of fund balance, which is predominantly capital outlay related. And let me hit on the big ones in that area. We do have some monies for some custodial equipment that would include a couple of lawn mowers, one for each high school. They do not contract their lawn mowing out there. Some vacuums and floor machines for the schools. We do have, would like to acquire a flatbed truck with a lift gate for the maintenance operations. The gymnasium bleachers in all of our schools, we had a inspection done this past year by a vendor that specializes in that work. And they brought back a report for us that said, these are the repairs that you need to make to these bleachers at each school. That cost was with a proposed cost, which was about $250,000. We'd like to make those repairs to all of those bleachers next year. Most of it is around the actual seat itself. We got a lot of plastic seats that have cracks or they've been busted, and they're a bit of a safety hazard if you sit or get your finger caught in one of those things. So that's what that's about. We do have some monies for in facilities for other capital outlay, some various things that include installing an awning at Carpenter's Middle School from the building to the driveway. There are two portable buildings at Middle Settlements that have classroom space in them. We need to renovate those classrooms. We'd like to include some monies in this for some replacement of new doors. Doors in classrooms and schools, outdoor and indoor doors are expensive, especially when you include new hardware and the Columbine locks. So we've got some monies in here to allow us to do some of that across the district. We need to fix the gym windows at the Porter Elementary gymnasium building. It's on a second level. They go around, I think, one side. Those are in pretty bad shape. We'd like to repair and fix that. And then we have some maintenance equipment that's related to some heavy machinery, and we'd like to do a new garage door, added a garage door at the maintenance shop. I do have in there for use of fund balance $200,000, which is not capital, but it's for the athletics and fine arts support at the high school and middle schools. We did that a couple of years ago. It was included in our budget, and we're able to make that happen. Last year, or the current year, I'm sorry, the board, we cut that out of the budget altogether. We did go back February, March time period, and provided half of that back to the schools during this current year to give them some help in that area. But we'd like to include that in the budget in the full amount next year. We've got a budget of $250,000 for a comprehensive facility condition assessment. I think the mayor and the county began work on that a while back and included the schools as possibly a part of that. And we would still like to consider going down that avenue. So this is the money that, and I don't know if that may be a little bit more than what was estimated, but we'd like to go down that path and see if we can do that. So that's what that's about. I do have a small amount in the budget to do a technology assessment. And I probably shouldn't I'm not the technical person to talk about that, but we need to evaluate our infrastructure, our security, our backup protocols, equipment, access, Wi-Fi, internet access, et cetera. So we'd like to do that. And then lastly, at Eagleton College and Career Academy, there's 4 items listed there. The first is a CTE academic building that the plan would be to sit where the current portable sit in the U shape of that school. We've begun some very preliminary work at looking at how that may sit and lay out and what we can get in that building. 2.5 million is a very, a WAG. It's an estimate. So we're working on that. So that number will change, I'm certain, once we get further down the road on that. They do need to get next year, this time next year, be buying some furniture, classroom furniture for the 10th grade that will go in August 2022. And then the last 2 related around the athletics facilities, a new football, multi-sport / soccer track facility. I think on the same footprint where the field work is now, but it'll expand a little bit with a adjoining field house, athletics field house. Not sure where that will sit. Mr. Britt's got the picture of a rendering of the football field right there. We do have estimates from a vendor, and these numbers are based on that. Okay. When you get all those additions in there, we took out we did cut the interim teachers and custodians that you all allowed us to do back after the school year started. We're taking those out. We had some one-time capital outlay that we did this past year that comes out, and then have some miscellaneous cuts and turn back that is cut out of the budget as well. That gets us to the 104,801,000 total appropriations budget as it sits today. One last thing, let me say talk about the revenues briefly. Again, Mr. Britt mentioned BEP. I called the state earlier this week and asked them, when are we going to get our estimate next week? And I was told, no, probably not. It'll probably be the end of the month, which is not really good for us. But at any rate, that's what I was told. We're going to have to, I'm probably going to have to try to come up with some number to give to you all to get in this budget for, as far as the timing goes, to be ready for your May meeting. So
one thing about it with you all, they gave you all some explicit direction on what you can spend it on. We haven't received anything. We don't know what we're going to be able to spend it on.
Yeah.
So I bet, but for whatever reason, education did give you all, and that may have came out of the state, but they did give you all some direction. We have no direction whatsoever. So.
Well, okay. Wow.
Did any of it change from what you thought it would be, Rob, Troy? On what you would be able to use the money for? Did any of the?
Not really. We have a pretty extensive guidance document that is, I think, in its first iteration. What the state's behavior has been in the past is usually to go through 3 generations of that. So there'll be another iteration and one more. And so, but for the most part, they don't change a whole lot. ESSER 2 and 3, we're still going to be able to use on infrastructure, any related type of capital that you can relate to COVID-19 kind of thing. And then, you know, a multitude of items. It's a fairly broad brush related to learning loss and academics and things that are in your budget currently too. So So yeah, I hope I answered your question.
Yep.
Sir.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Troy.
Pardon me?
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's okay.
I just,
I'm glad you made me think of something. I'm going to go back to the ECCA and the CTE building. One of the things we're looking at that he just mentioned is we're asking the question of the state if we can use ESSER 3.0, the last grant that we've got, for that new construction of that facility. And there's a possibility of that. And if that's the case, we'll look to move that out of 141 fund balance to that grant. So I'm not 100% certain that's going to be allowed yet, but we're asking and looking into that. So the other thing on revenues, the property tax revenues doesn't have any growth in that for next year. Sales tax revenues, I have included a 4% growth on my estimate of projected actuals this year. So that's what I've included as a budget increase for that. And then of course, we've got a total of 7.2 million use of fund balance. And then the other increase is on indirect costs, 589,000. We have 95,000, I think, this year. That's a big increase. That's all attributed to the ESSER monies. And that is an allowable expense on those grants, is to charge indirect costs to those. So that's a revenue source to 141. It's an expenditure on the grant side. So we've included that in our budget as a revenue source. There.
on the 4% on sales tax, projected revenue on the sales tax, that's conservative, is it not? Aren't we looking at about 8%, 8 or 9%? So you're being conservative on that, right, Roy?
I am. I did two things. Year to date through March, the schools, we are 7.46% ahead of last year. And our annual average increase going back to 10-11 is exactly 4%. So we've averaged 4% for the last 10 years.
Okay.
Are there any questions or any, before I want to touch on the capital piece?
I've got one statement.
Commissioner, go ahead.
And one question.
Yes, sir.
Statement is, you talk to the state, you should get some extra BEP because you went to school this year. What do you think?
I think that's a fair thing. I agree with you.
So our teachers worked, and I appreciate y'all's effort. Second question, my question is this. With your budget here, how does that affect our maintenance of effort?
With this budget?
Yes. How's that going to affect us?
We should be perfectly fine, I think.
Okay.
I mean, we've got an increase of $1.5 million on the sales tax, which is a local revenue. So that we're driving that local revenue effort up. And even though property tax is flat, that so long as it stays flat, we're okay. As long as we've got an increase, stay the same, or increase in local revenues, which we've got, we're okay with that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner?
I just wanted to say a couple of things. I really like, first of all, I wanted to commend you on your presentation of this. It's very, as a visual person, I really liked your charts and everything. And I did like to see the facility assessment on there. I think it's going to be a big benefit. So I was really happy to see that. I did have a question on the Eagleton Athletics Fieldhouse for ECCA, just because that's such a big jump from what you're doing at the two high schools. I just wanted to know if is that a bigger facility? I know it's probably attributable to increased construction costs as well.
It is. That's a great question, Jared. That building will be a much larger building. It's going to house concessions, public restrooms, things that don't really exist there, especially related to the dressing rooms. Currently, we have 2 sets of dressing rooms that everybody shares at the middle school, a boys and a girls locker room, and that's it. And it's inside the building. And so as we add grades, and now we're going to have a high school there, we've got to move that into a separate facility and expand that so we have separate dressing rooms and not everybody's having to share the same set. So a much larger, and then of course, to make it comparable to the 2, that one at Heritage and the other one that's going to be at William Blount, it'll also have a weight training facility in it as well. So we're thinking somewhere in that 8,000 to 10,000 square foot range, and that's how we came up with that price. The person that we're working with at Baseline, Will Ferguson, plans to have a rendering to us here fairly shortly, so I'll be able to share that with you all as well.
Okay, thank you.
The cost from the Heritage to William Blount on the field house, on the field houses, just for steels went up 63%. 63% just on steel cost. And I don't mean to call you out on this, Rob, but the Eagleton alumni did build a concession stands and bathroom over there at one point there. So I know it's not very pretty, but right there, yeah, that was built by the Eagleton alumni. I know there's not much, but we need a little credit every now and then. I will say this, when I went out there and saw it, I was kind of disappointed in the choice of materials and paint, So, it was not, but it was built by the alumni. We did a fundraiser for concessions and bathrooms there, so. Yeah, you needed an upgrade the day that I went out there and looked at it, I'll just tell you. Go ahead, Troy.
Okay. On the capital projects document, I think it's, got that. We've got a 2-page table, and it's a collection of all the projects with the 3 different funding sources that are planned. I have to say that this is a preliminary plan. It's a draft. It's fluid. I'm still working on numbers and pieces of the project, so keep that in mind. Let me cover first Fund 177. We've already talked about Fund 141 that's on this page as well. Yes, ma'am.
Before you go forward, Mr. Mayor, you didn't ask if I had questions. I have one.
Normally you just yell at me. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms.
Being
Hannah.
nice today.
Go ahead.
Back on your budget sheet, Mr. Logan, there and where you're talking about your cuts, cutting COVID-19 virtual teachers and custodians.
Yes.
Wasn't that original appropriation more like 1 million and you're cutting 800 of that roughly? Is that 200,000 someplace, 200 plus thousand someplace else?
I don't when I went back to what we appropriated for those, that's what I ended up deducting. That may be the actual costs. I may be cutting the actuals out of that, but that doesn't make sense either. I think this is the number, but I'll go back and check on that, and I'll let you know as a follow-up if I've messed that up or not. But I know what you're asking. I do remember that number originally being close to something like that, but I'm not sure if that's
14 teachers.
That's the exact number.
And my second question is a follow-up, really to that. As slowly as COVID-19 seems to be dying, how comfortable or how confident are you we won't need those teachers back come August? Or some of them?
We've repurposed some teachers across the district to the Samuel Everett School of Innovation. And they are now going to be teaching out of our Future Ready Academy. As you recall, several years ago, we developed our own virtual school, grades 7 through 12. We're now expanding that to K through 12 as a result of this past year. So families right now that are electing to keep their child in a virtual school setting are able to make application to the Samuel Everett School. And if their child is accepted because of what they have done this year as a result of their time online, in other words, they have made adequate progress, then they can continue to do it through that. We're very confident that we can accommodate all of our virtual student needs through through the Samuel Everett School of Innovation. So that should not be a problem. We also feel confident, especially with the new CDC recommendations and so forth on cleaning buildings, we're going to be fine in the area of custodial help as well. So to answer your question, I'm very confident that we can make do without these folks continuing.
Okay, and so would that be all 14 of them?
Every cut that we've got in here, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions?
Not right now.
Anything else from anybody?
Ms. Hanem, I apologize. I will check on that. I'm not, I
Okay.
can't explain that.
Okay.
I can't remember. I know. We're ready. Okay.
Ready, go ahead. Troy.
On the capital side, Fund 177. They're all on most of that's on the first page. What we've got penciled in that fund is to continue the HVAC program or project at Heritage High School Phase 1B for $1,003,000. We'd like to replace the ceiling tile in the classrooms at Heritage High School, very similar to what we did at William Blount last year as we finished the HVAC in those rooms. We came behind that and replaced the ceiling tile. We do have a plan to renovate the Heritage High School CTE facility building, the entire building, the classrooms in that building. I've got a preliminary estimate of 2.6 million to do that and to have that building ready by August of 2022. We've included $250,000 each for each high school, Heritage and William Blount, to replace the furniture, the cafeteria tables and chairs in the commons areas at those schools. We do have monies for Heritage High School to replace the bleachers, the upper deck bleachers in the gymnasium. I have an estimate for $186,000 for that. And the same at William Blount High School for $187,000. We have an estimate for that. At Eagleton College and Career Academy, we've got a classroom that is on the high school part of the building, future high school part of the building, that is currently the middle school weight room. It's not a classroom today. We're looking at renovating that as the high school science classroom space, chemistry/biology lab for that space, estimated $280,000. And then again, also at ECCA, in the old gym, the bleachers need to be replaced in their entirety. We've got an estimate for $86,000 to do that. And then on the second page at the bottom, I do have included in those estimates, architect, soft cost, contingencies, escalations. There's $799,000 for that. And then we got two things that we have to include in the budget. We've got principal and interest on the capital outlay note we did a few years ago, and trustees commissions, which are part of required by law. It's charged on the revenues that come into that fund. So those are the things that we've penciled down for Fund 177. We've gone over the capital through use of fund balance in Fund 141. The total's a little over $7 million. I won't go over those again. And then with the ESSER money in the Federal Projects Fund, Fund 142, right now we've got $5,692,000 total of different projects. I want to emphasize that that's a really fluid number because we're still trying to determine what we can spend those monies on. And they're looking at a lot of different things under learning loss and all of those type of things. So that we're still working on that. But we've got, right now, we've got flooring replacements district-wide, which means we're trying to take out all carpet in every classroom and major space that's in a school and replace that with either some type of vinyl tile or a polished concrete floor, which we've done some of that. We did that at William Blount High School and CTE building last year, which turned out to be very successful and made a big difference. So we'd like to get the carpet out of the buildings. We do have monies, HVAC replacements in BCS schools. We know that we can use ESSER monies for that because one of the emphasis is indoor air quality and getting that right. So they have told us that we can use that money for that. We're still trying to identify what we need to do and where we need to do that and what units need to be done. It would be helpful once we get a facility condition assessment first to be able to build that out. But I'm going to have to build something for that to start July 1 until we get that done. We are looking at considering purchasing and installing the bipolar ionization, which I know the county has done in all of their buildings. We followed upon that and have talked to the vendor and are working through that. Not quite got there yet as to what we're going to do and how we're going to do that, but that's the plan right now, is to include that through ESSER. And again, you can use ESSER monies for that. We have a phase 1, a section 1. There's 4 sections at William Blount High School 9th grade academy on the roof. It's laid out in four different sections. It's got what do you call that? 4 different.
Talk about parapets that go across up through the roof and separate it.
Yeah, there's the hallways. I mean, they go down the wings. There's 4 different wings of the building, and we would do one section at a time over 4 years. I have had our roofing architect look at that and has given me a plan or a proposal to be able to do it that way instead of doing it all at one time. It's a very expensive proposition. This $850,000 would just be one section. Okay, I think that's it. Any questions on that capital document or anything around all of that?
Any questions?
Yes, Troy, I have a couple of questions on CTA building. Exactly what activities go on in the CTA building?
The one proposed for Eagleton College Career Academy or the one at high school? Eagleton.
What are we proposing in there, Mr. Britt?
HVAC, plumbing, industrial maintenance. There will be one other lab course like ag science, turf management course that we don't offer currently at either 2 of the others. Criminal justice will be a core class there as well. There's one more that we're starting with, and I'm sorry, it escapes me. But the design of the building will be like two main bays or lab core classes, and then there will be 4 classrooms inside that building to house the career and technical part of that.
Okay.
Most of this will be will be designed around eventually the 9th and 10th grade year, because a lot of our 11th and 12th grade students, our vision is that they will be placed into apprenticeships and internships out into community businesses. One of the other things that we're considering there too is adding a supply management course to go along perhaps with the new Amazon Center that's coming into play out there, that's really at Eagleton's back door. We're working with the chamber on developing all of our career technical programming there so that our students have an opportunity to fill the positions that are most needed here in our community.
Okay, okay, sounds great. And one other question, if with the Heritage High School HVAC Phase 2, if the ESSER funds does not allow for it to be used on that particular project, we're going to fund it from where then, would you think?
Yeah, this is coming out of ESSER too, and this actually has already been
It's already
approved.
been approved?
Yeah.
Awesome.
So that Phase 2, by the way, was actually in the 22-23 cycle to be in 177. So that's where it was in our 5-year plan, but we've actually moved it into this current year. So we'll complete Heritage High School's HVAC next year.
That's what I like to hear.
Yeah.
Anyone else? You think? One question. This is just a question. The old Eagleton gym out there, those bleachers are just one side's 3 or 4 and the other is just 2, and they all sit right there, the old wooden bleachers, and they sit right on the out of bounds line. I mean, they really sit. Why are we investing into new bleachers? Because I mean, these aren't. Now in the new gym, those are nice. Those are really nice. It looks, but the old gym, I think it's 3 on one and 2 on the other side. Are we doing that for the tournaments, those basketball tournaments out there, or what? Why would we be putting new stadium or new bleachers in that small of a gym like that?
Well, the bleachers in the old gym are, they're old. They don't work very well. We have problems pushing them back against the wall. Last year, I actually had to shut down part of them. They were supposed to put yellow tape around. We couldn't. They were a safety hazard. They were a danger. So we pushed them back as far as we could to get it out of the way and wouldn't let people sit in those particular areas. So they have a lot of basketball, a lot of tournaments outside of even the school teams that they play there a lot. They probably play more basketball at Eagleton Middle than our high schools in a year's time. Yeah. So it's just trying to update that gym if we're going to continue to use it, both gyms at that kind of capacity.
Well, and this is probably not anything to do with, will they let you bring that bleacher that close to the sidelines again? I mean, you're right there. If you don't have your knees up against the side, and it's been that way since I was there. If you didn't have your knees up against the bench, you're out into the playing area. Will they let you move those? Because I always thought, and I've seen them come off the floor and bust their heads and everything, and run into and hurt people. But will they let you move the bleachers back that close to the sidelines now?
You're probably right. I wouldn't think so. I don't know the rules around that, if there are any, but I'll certainly ask and make sure that, if it's possible, we don't need to bring it out that close to the line.
And I've spent time there growing up, but I also watched my sons and my grandson play basketball tournaments out there. So I've always looked at that and thought that could sure be a lot. And those are the kind of things you look for now that you've watched the checks be written to people that got hurt. You're looking at those kind of those kind of obstacles right there. So I wondered about that. So
yeah.
Anything else?
Let me just go back to Ms. Hannum's question on those COVID interim teachers. Laura was able to find the appropriation and it was 891,000 for the 14 teachers and 137 for 4 custodians. So it was a total of $1,028,000. I'm gonna go back and check. My guess is I picked the actual cost because what we ended up doing, we only had to fill 13 of those teacher positions. And their actual salaries were less than what we had budgeted when we estimated. And we did not fill any of the 4 custodial positions. We couldn't find anybody. We couldn't get anybody to take those positions. So we ended up not filling any or spending any of that money. I'm guessing, but I'll double check that and correct that if I need to on this.
Can I ask one more question, Mr. Chair? In your technology assessment, what will that cover? Will it cover not just hardware, but take a look at the needs maybe for Wi-Fi and some other things? What will that technology assessment cover?
Yeah, as we envision it, it will be comprehensive. It'll look at all of that. It'll go to every school and it will look at our wireless hotspots, where we have strong signals, weak signals, those kind of things. It will look in terms of making recommendations to us on how we can better serve our students when they're not with us, when they're out into the community. And we're at a good place in our overall technology. But in the next 5 years, we have to be prepared to really step up our game and really have a whole new platform in terms of how we're going to deliver services in that particular area. And I think that this will go a long way to help give us the data that we need and the recommendations to make informed decisions, if that makes sense.
It does.
Okay.
And that's a very low price. Is that covering all our schools?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I could just finish up by saying that we have some proposals here or some, and I think, Randy, you've got some of these in your office, I believe. Yeah. So we'll get you one of these because I'd like for you to have it as well. Each one of our board members has it. But this is a breakdown, and you'll have a picture in here of the athletic facility here, the multi-purpose facility. And this is comprehensive. It includes lights and bleachers and the whole 9 yards. And really excited about this for the kids and for the community. This really, the combination of what we're doing at Eagleton College and Career Academy with the facility, with the curriculum, with the programming there, very innovative in how we're approaching this. And the combination of that and the baseball field community, this really stands to transform that community. And I'm really excited about this, probably as much as anything that we've done collectively and collaboratively in my time as your director of schools. I want to thank you for your time today and your attention to our budget.
Thank you, Rob. Rob, I also have samples of that turf and the track too down there. If you want to, you probably need that more than I do. So if you want to get that from me where you can show what the turf's going to look like and what the, okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Anything, any other questions, anything?
No, thank you both.
Rob, thank you. Thank you, Troy.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Cheers.